Good afternoon. It is Thursday, February 12th. Welcome to the Ways and Means Committee. We have several bills to hear this afternoon. We are going to start with House Bill 468. Delegate Martinez.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Madam Chair, members of the Ways and Means Committee. For the record, I am Delegate Ashanti Martinez, here to present House Bill 468, the Health Taxation, Digital Social Media Services, and the Mental Health Care Fund for Children and Youth. The bill aims to expand mental health access to youth throughout the state of Maryland by requiring social media giants who would profit off of their worsening mental health to contribute financially for the damage they cause. This bill would establish a tax on certain annual revenues from social media platforms with over 1 million monthly users or who generate $500 million in revenue yearly. The amendment that's being passed around from MENA would allow for these funds to then be collected into the Consortium on Coordinated Community Supports, an established consortium used to fund mental health services for students here in Maryland. According to Yale Medicine, youth from ages 12 to 15 who spend more than 3 hours a day on social media platforms face nearly double the risk of negative mental health outcomes such as depression and anxiety. I can tell you personally in Prince George's County, where I get to represent, students recently surveyed, over 40% said they suffer from some level of anxiety, and 1 in 5 have attempted or thought of committing suicide. Even more stark numbers when you look at the completion rates of suicides in the county. 55% are between the ages of 18 and 35 and are Black men. So this is something that really touches home for me. Moreover, adolescent girls are at an even higher risk due to facing things like cyberbullying, eating disorders, which are linked to social media use and have been found to be on the rise within this age group of 12 to 15. This is a widespread problem. The CDC reports that about 40% of students experience persistent feelings of depression, and about 20 consider seriously attempting suicide, with the 9.5 unfortunately actually attempting it. As these digital technologies continue to become more intertwined with everyday lives, social media platforms continue to be the dominant forms of social gathering within our world. In fact, according to a study conducted in the National Institute of Health, youth are increasingly finding themselves unable to imagine a future without social media. Proper treatment is able to lessen the negative impacts of social media, allowing for it to be used in a more productive and healthy manner. The consortium has been increasingly effective in improving mental health, with 2/3 of those who've received the consortium services reporting an overall improved mental health outcome. Not only would this bill allow for Maryland to raise the funds from the same companies we see our youth, the same companies that would see our youth face worsening mental health impacts, it would also allow for our youth to gain resources necessary to help counteract the harm that these platforms cause. Altogether, this bill would end the suffering that many of our youth are faced that is caused by social media, and allow for us to instead invest back into best practices that would protect their mental health. It does not make sense that these major companies can impact our youth lives and generate massive profits from it without having to reinvest back into those same lives that they seek to exploit. For those reasons, I strongly urge a favorable report on House Bill 468.
Thank you, Delegate. Any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. That concludes our hearing on House Bill 468. Next up, House Bill 547. Delegate Fair, welcome back to Ways and Means.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How is everybody? I look forward to bringing a good bipartisan bill here for all of you that definitely will not be political, so I wanted to start off by talking about President Trump. No, Madam Chair, members of the committee, House Bill 547 is a bipartisan reintroduction that makes a straightforward but important update to Maryland's income tax subtraction for enhanced agricultural management equipment. Right now, the statute contains a fixed list of specific equipment types, so every time a new agricultural management technology becomes commercially available, we have to return to this committee to make a small technical update just to keep the list current with the market. HB 547 streamlines that process. It keeps all existing statutory categories exactly as they are, but it makes one important change. It allows the Secretary of Agriculture to designate additional qualifying equipment through regulation. That way, When a new no-till tool, sensing device, or precision application system comes onto the market, pardon me, comes onto the market, the department can add it without another statutory amendment. This approach honors legislative intent, maintains farmers' ability to benefit from this program as technology evolves, and reflects the reality that technology changes faster than the legislature can reasonably keep up with. The comptroller has already affirmed that these changes can be implemented with existing resources, and any fiscal impact is limited and tied directly to what the Secretary adds through regulation. HB 547 strengthens an already effective agricultural incentive for tools that reduce nutrient runoff, improve soil structure, and support bay restoration without requiring the legislature to modify the statute every few years. For these reasons, I respectfully urge a favorable report on House Bill 547. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Any questions? Okay. Oh, Delegate Wims.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. White, did you bring this bill to us last year?
Delegate Boucher brought it last year.
Okay,
so he was like, we need a less attractive delegate to carry it forward moving forward. So they asked me if I would do it instead. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, seeing no other questions, thank you, Delegate Fair.
Thank you.
That concludes our hearing on House Bill 547.
Thank you. Miss y'all.
Next up, House Bill 610. Delegate Morgan, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, all members of Ways and Means Committee. I'm Delegate Todd B. Morgan, and I'm here to present a local bill. House Bill 610 adds St. Mary's County to the list of counties authorized to issue gaming licenses to qualified charitable organizations. Last year, Senator Bailey was contacted by the members of the Moose Lodge in St. Mary's County after representatives of the Maryland Lottery and Gaming Agency visited the lodge during routine inspection of lottery retailers. During that visit, the agency noted that the lodge was operating electronic gaming devices, which it had done for more than 3 decades. Although state law has evolved to limit the use of such devices, the General Assembly has historically taken care to not interrupt longstanding charitable gaming activities that support important community services. Nonetheless, the Lodge was advised that continued operation of these devices could jeopardize its status in lottery as a licensed lottery retailer. Following a review of state law in consultation with county officials and discussions with the MLGCA clarified the underlying concern. Because St. Mary's County does not currently have a local licensing structure for these devices, the agency could not certify that their operation complied with applicable law. In most other jurisdictions, including neighboring Calvert and Charles counties, qualified organizations are required to obtain a county-issued gaming license before operating similar devices. While I am generally cautious about creating additional licensing requirements for charitable organizations, Senator Bailey and I recognize the importance of assuring that gaming activities are conducted in full compliance with the state law. Absent a local licensing mechanism, other longstanding charitable organizations in St. Mary's County could face similar uncertainty, potentially disrupting the valuable service they provide to our community. House Bill 610 addresses this gap by authoring St. Mary's County to issue a gaming license to qualified organizations. The bill is modeled after the county's existing bingo licensing framework with one important distinction. It does not authorize the county to impose a licensing fee. Charitable organizations should not incur additional financial burdens to simply continue the lawful activities that benefit the community. After the bill was drafted, feedback from the county indicated that additional clarification was needed in the statutory language to ensure that a permit would apply only to a device or mechanism used for a game of chance and not in raffle events. To address this concern and prevent any unintended consequence, an amendment is being introduced. It should be in your folders. Is being to make that distinction clear. I appreciate the assistance of the MLGCA and the county in developing and refining this legislation and their cooperation with this process. I respectfully request a favorable House report on House Bill H210, and thank you very much today for your consideration.
Okay, thank you, Delegate. Any questions from the committee on this bill? Delegate Roberson.
I could probably look and check, but just quick question. Has the delegation already voted in support of this?
Yes, they have.
Okay, thank you.
And we have a letter also of support from the county commissioners.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Seeing no other questions from the committee, thank you very much, Delegate, for presenting the bill. That concludes our hearing on House Bill 610. Next up, we have House Bill 411. Delegate Buckle.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Delegate Jason Buckle presenting House Bill 411. House Bill 411 would alter through a sort of standardized increase our standard deduction amounts for our current Maryland filers. Why would we do this? We would do this because at the federal level, the standard deduction continues to go up and was modified through legislation last year to go up even a little more than intended. The result of not staying in conformity with some of the changes and increases to the standard deduction done at the federal tax level is you create both higher taxes for our Maryland taxpayers who elect to use the standard deduction at the federal level. Then they must use the standard deduction when they pass through their AGI, their adjusted gross income, to the state level. The problem is our standard deduction becomes more and more out of whack, so to speak, to the federal standard deduction. Those individuals, while making a little bit of a break on their federal taxes, then pay higher Maryland state taxes. And it's one of the reasons why our revenues continue to float at the levels that they do, even with some decreased overall economic activity, decreases in corporate taxes and other tax buckets from which we draw. The revenues stay up because we're overtaxing our people by not rationalizing our standard deduction to the federal standard deduction. The standard deduction under the bill would increase by $750 for individual filers and $1,500, staying in numerical parity for joint filers, and it would amount it would keep us in line with the federal increases that are occurring and that were again passed in the mega bill that sort of extended some of the tax consequences of the original bill known as the Trump tax cuts of 2015, I believe it was 2015 or 16, that were continued. That's really all it does. You're voting to basically, the other factor of it is, and you'll see letter, some testimony from the Maryland Society of Accounting and Tax Professionals. They're actually encouraging that we would increase the standard deduction even more. I think that might be a little more unsustainable from a fiscal standpoint, but their point is very clear that in order to have tax regularity and make it easier for regular people to file their taxes, it's a lot easier to just take that standard deduction and be able to import the numbers on a numerical basis from your federal return to your state return. And we make it hard to do that in Maryland if we don't keep up with the federal standard deduction. And that's all.
Okay, thank you, Delegate. Any questions from the committee on this bill? Okay.
Everyone likes to cut taxes. You know that, Jessica.
Seeing none, thank you very much, Delegate.
Thank you.
That concludes our hearing on House Bill 411. Next up, House Bill 478, Delegate Patterson.
Good afternoon. I'm delighted to offer the presentation for House Bill 478 will be presented by Julia DeMarisco, who's a senior at University of Maryland College Park.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Feldman, Mark, and members of the Ways and Means Committee. For the record, I'm Julia DeMarisco. I'm an intern for Delegate Patterson, and I'm here to introduce House Bill 478. This legislation addresses an inequity in Maryland's tax code that excludes full-time pre-kindergarten teachers from the existing educator expense income tax deduction. In 2018, the General Assembly recognized this burden and enacted a tax deduction to help offset unreimbursed classroom expenses. However, pre-kindergarten teachers were not included in that legislation. While K through 12 teachers are eligible to deduct unreimbursed classroom expenses, pre-K teachers who often incur the same out-of-pocket costs are currently excluded, despite being full-time educators equally responsible for supporting students' learning. As Maryland continues to expand access to early childhood education through the blueprint of Maryland's future, it is critical that our policies reflect the value of early learning and the educators who make it possible. Future is, Pillar 1 of the blueprints recognizes that a child's early years are the most critical period for development and lays the foundation for lifelong learning and achievement. We know that during these developmental years, teachers play an essential role in identifying students' needs and building the academic, social, and emotional skills that support long-term success. The blueprint also establishes a clear timeline to expand pre-K3 and pre-K4 access, reaching a 50-50 distribution between local education agencies and private providers by 2030. With enrollment increasing by 10% each year. As pre-K access expands across the state, it is essential that we do not leave these educators behind. HB 478 corrects this oversight by extending the educator's expense deduction to include full-time pre-kindergarten teachers, ensuring that they receive the same tax benefit as other educators. This is a measure that aligns our tax policy with our education priorities and advances equity within our education workforce. In summary, HB 478 is an essential step towards supporting Maryland's early childhood educators and strengthening the foundation of our education system. I respectfully urge the Ways and Means Committee to give HB 478 a favorable report. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I'd like to add that this bill, again, is a result of what was done many years ago when we offered K through 12. This simply says that pre-K teachers can now have a deduction, I believe it's $350, towards a purchase of supplies that they have for their classrooms. And I want to thank Julia for doing this at the last minute. I like to showcase our young interns because they do a lot of work behind the scenes.
Thank you, Delegate. Any questions? Okay, Delegate Hartman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess with the expansion of pre-K 3 and 4-year-olds with Kerwin, this is even more necessary now because of all the new teachers in those areas. The amount is $250. Do you know how long that's been in place, the current deduction? The $250 current deduction, do you know how long that's, how antiquated is that number with inflation?
It's pretty antiquated. It was a bill that I sponsored during my first term. I believe it was 2018. So I believe this reflects a $350 upgrade.
Nice. Is
Still
that
not enough.
the $350, would that be all the way through or just for the 3 and 4? Pre-K 3 and 4?
It would be for all of them.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Okay, and Delegate Roberson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As somebody goes to file, and you might not be able to answer this right now, Delegate, but somebody goes to file their taxes, they don't necessarily have to put what grade they teach, am I correct? So like if you because our pre-K schools, are, pre-K, kindergarten, all in the same school, so I'm trying to figure out why are they not allowed to do it now?
Well, I'm not a tax person, so I would surmise that it's a matter of honesty. You would have to verify if you were audited. So it's a precaution to show that this is a state law.
Got you. Thank you. No, I appreciate it. I was just surprised that a pre-kindergarten couldn't do it. That just surprised me. But secondly, I see MACO has put in a letter of opposition to this bill. Did you want to speak to that? In particular, they talk about they oppose state mandated reductions in local revenue sources. We welcome flexible option tools. So they're looking for it to be enabling versus a mandated. I don't know if you want to speak to that because I love the bill. I'm just surprised that MACO would say something like that.
No, those are standard MACO responses.
It sounds about right.
That's off the record. But I will simply say that we have to look at the number of supporters that we have. These are educators, but more importantly, whenever there are mandates, MACo, as a former member of MACo, as a member of the Board of Ed for 12 years, the word mandate is a key word, a trigger word for them. So I do not put a lot of credence in their criticism. I would certainly support and encourage you to look at the number of supporters for this bill is critically needed.
No, I definitely agree, especially as we see a decline in the number of educators in our systems and trying to get them to come into the system. So I appreciate the bill. Thank you, Madam
Thank you.
Delegate, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Seeing no other questions from the committee, thank you very much, Delegate, and thank you, Julia. That concludes the hearing on House Bill 478. Next up, we have House Bill 594. Delegate Lewis. Yeah. I have House Bill 594 and House Bill 595. Is that?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Baltimore
I'm House Bill 595.
Okay. All right. Are you, Michael Moxton? Okay. I believe you're representing Baltimore City. Is that correct? Okay. Go right ahead. Thank you.
All right. Thanks so much, Madam Chair, delegates. House Bill 594 would allocate 2% of the sales and use tax revenues collected within City of Baltimore limits back to the City of Baltimore. Each percentage point of sales tax within the city generates approximately $70 million annually. Baltimore City is one of the only big cities in the country that doesn't rely on any form of sales tax. And there are a lot of things that Baltimore City has in common with our peers, but a few things are different. And it really boils down to we have a higher property tax rate than other comparable cities. We have a lower level of capital investment than other cities like us. And we have no sales tax. And these things are directly linked. As it turns out, 89% of U.S. cities with a population of over 200,000 have some form of local share from the sales tax collected within their borders. And what's more, Baltimore is one of only 3 independent cities in the country, along with St. Louis and Carson City, Nevada, that don't have a county to draw on. Now, St. Louis has a 5.45 local share of the sales tax. Carson City, Nevada has a 3% local share of the sales tax. That means that without a sales tax and without a larger county to draw on, the full burden of running an urban center with cultural, educational, healthcare institutions that draw in visitors from across the region and around the world falls largely on the city's homeowners. Now, we've made strides in recent years in increasing capital investment, and we've got a plan to bring property tax rates in Baltimore City down below $2. But there's a very long way to go, and compared to our peers around the country, we're fighting with one hand behind our back. In a recent analysis by the CUNY Institute for State and Local Governance, Baltimore's peer cities on average derive 22% of their general fund from property tax and 21% from local sales tax. Baltimore City, on the other hand, draws 49% from property tax and 0 from sales tax. By providing Baltimore with a share of sales tax we generate, Maryland would be aligning with Virginia, Pennsylvania, New York, North Carolina, and most states around the country. A 2% local sales tax would allow us to raise $1.5 billion in capital over the next 15 years, which would be enough to fully fund the vacant strategy and completely eradicate vacant houses in Baltimore City forever. And B, would allow us to cut every owner-occupied property tax bill by $1,000 per year, every year in perpetuity. This would be game-changing for working and middle-class homeowners, help existing residents stay in their homes, and incentivize renters as well as prospective new residents to get on the home ownership path. A local sales tax would give Baltimore City a critical tool to sustainably and self-sufficiently drive our economic prosperity. And for these reasons, we respectfully request a favorable report.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Delegate Buckle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if I'm understanding this correctly, the bill doesn't authorize or enable Baltimore City as an independent jurisdiction to create a new sales tax for themselves. It just takes a percentage of the state sales tax money generated by activity within the borders of the city and redirects it from the state directly back to the city.
That is correct, and that is how many states do it. There are kind of two models. This is one of them, and going over the top would be a different one. It's mixed around the country, but yes, this version of the bill would shift 2%.
So would you be amenable to say maybe Prince George's County doing that too, or the city of Cumberland, or the city of Frederick, or Rockville, or there's lots of other places in the state that generate economic activity. Sales taxes are collected. They give 100% of that money goes into the state budget. And then we as a legislature working with the governor decide how much of it goes back within programs. Sure. I mean, I think you can see the logic. I'm sensitive to Baltimore City's plight as a high tax jurisdiction with real economic needs, but there's lots of places that have that. If we started doing this for Baltimore City, we'd eventually be doing it for everyone, and we'd no longer have a state sales tax as a driver of revenue.
I would answer in two ways. Number one, Baltimore City is a world-level city with over 570,000 residents, and because of that, it does have needs that are genuinely unique. We bring in the equivalent of our population every day for our healthcare institutions, for our educational institutions, for our cultural institutions. When you look around the country, there's a different way that big cities fund themselves compared to medium-sized cities or smaller cities or counties. So I would start by saying that this is a very unique situation that Baltimore City is in not being able to draw on some of the resources that our peers do, but having to support everything that a large city has to support. With that being said, number two is I think we would be open to any conversation about how to do this equitably around the state as long as we fix the critical problems in Baltimore City.
And I appreciate that. I lived, worked, was educated in Baltimore City. I lived there for 7 or 8 years of my life, a fairly lengthy period of time. I have empathy for it, but I would suggest that at this stage of the game, Prince George's County believes that they're a world-class destination too, and so does Montgomery County, and so does Baltimore County, so does Anne Arundel County. They're all bigger than Baltimore City. More Marylanders live there. And so I just disagree with the concept of creating a carve-out that would have this cascading effect. But I appreciate the recognition from the city's folks that you want to do something, but I don't know that this is it. Thank you.
Okay, Delegate Roberson.
I was not going to, the delegate kind of answered all my questions, but since he mentioned Prince George's, I just had to come back on. I mean, world class. I mean, we're getting the sphere, out of how many 2 others in the world, one of them is, the third will be in Prince George's. So I agree. And so my question to that is there any other county in the state that is trying to do what you're proposing?
Maryland is one of the few states in the country that does not allow its counties or municipalities to raise an independent sales tax or to get a share of the existing sales tax. So the answer, Delegate, is no in Maryland, but yes all around the country. And there really is a conversation to be had for the other world-class destinations in Maryland that Baltimore is among. I absolutely respect what you're saying.
I mean, Frederick is the growing wine and beer brewery location of the state.
And if you look at Virginia, if you look at Pennsylvania, there are sales taxes in different counties and different municipalities in those places, and they got there in different ways. Some of them got there with sharing the sales tax, like Virginia, which just shares a portion of its sales tax with every county, and then over the top of that lets the counties levy a separate food and beverage tax. There's Pennsylvania, which just allows counties to go over the top of the state sales tax. There's many different models, but one way or another, every place in the country eventually got themselves to a place where if you have a lot of tourism, if you have a big health and education sector, a lot of economic activity from folks who don't live in your city, you have to balance the load between the folks who live there and the folks who come to visit.
Okay, thank you. I have some ideas, but I appreciate you bringing the bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just thank you for being here. And just a couple quick questions. This would only be on retail stores, so you're not including the alcohol or the cannabis tax, sales and use tax?
The same way that the sales tax is currently set up. Also exempting grocery stores, exempting medical devices, fuel and heating, et cetera.
Okay, thank you. And I know some places have used it. Would this be just going into the city's general fund, or would there be any consideration? One of the ways that sales tax has been differentiated, or people have added, other states have added a penny to it for capital funding for the schools. So would this be in addition to be able to make some of the adjustments to the capital funding for your schools? Because we know from the comptroller's report that we're having a lot of serious issues with the state of our schools.
This version of the bill is for the general fund, where it is then possible to spend it on capital for schools or any other capital needs. We are, again, on a per capita basis compared to other places in the country, significantly underfunded in capital in Baltimore City, and this would fix that. We would also look to offer property tax relief as well to sort of right-size the load.
But there's no specification in the way you would just be...
In this bill, there's no specification, no.
Okay. And then last question to Delegate Buckles' point, are you concerned about setting a precedent in Baltimore City, setting a precedent for the rest of the state?
I would
We have to be concerned about that.
Of course. I would point out that other states got to a place where they allow different cities and different counties, depending on what their economic situation is, to either share a sales tax or levy a sales tax. There is a path there. Obviously, it has to be done thoughtfully and statewide, but there are some things that are unique to Baltimore City, I would argue, but I recognize it requires a statewide solution.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions from the committee, thank you very much. That concludes our hearing. Oh, sorry. I apologize. That does not conclude our hearing. We do have one witness signed up favorable with amendment. Mr. Fiore, please come forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, committee members. Justin Fiore here on behalf of the Maryland Municipal League in support of House Bill 594 with amendments. Obviously, we are here in support of Baltimore City, which is the largest municipality in the state, but we are also asking for an amendment to include the other 156 cities, towns, and villages. A quick did you know fact here. 34% of all sales tax in the state is collected in municipalities, which make up just 5% of the land mass. That's 1/3 of the state sales tax is collected in municipalities. And why is this important? I think to the points you've already heard, this means that we're the hubs of economic activity in the state, where people live, where they work, where they play. It also means we have greater demands on our services and on our infrastructure. So now these are often utilized by people that don't live in our jurisdictions, that visit Maryland. Maryland has 45 million visitors every year. They use our services, they use our public infrastructure when they go shopping, when they go out to eat, or just participate in a local event. And because we don't have sales tax, that bill falls on property taxpayers. So if we're serious about affordability in the state, we need to look at our funding models. And Maryland is only one of 6 states that fail to share the tax revenue from services or goods with local governments or allow those governments to collect it themselves. So we are fairly unique in this way, and I think it's time we consider some other options. With that, we ask for a favorable report.
Thank you, Mr. Fiore. Delegate Ebersol.
Thank you. Just real quick to clarify statistic, 34%, comparing it to land mass is interesting, but what percent in those places, what percent of the earning power is there in the state, or what percent of the population?
That's a good question. Our population is probably, I think we're at 1.6 million, or close to 2 million Marylanders. There are about 7 million in the state.
So it's about a third also then.
It's probably similar to that in terms of population. I don't know on purchasing power.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so a lot of either the towns, municipalities, and certainly the city of Baltimore do receive a lot of state aid. I believe one of the letters from DBM says that they receive $1.89 billion in total state aid. So if you are asking for this and additional, is there any thought of then reducing the state aid, or you just want this on top and additional for the municipalities, the cities, and for the city of Baltimore? This would just be in addition. You wouldn't want to reduce any other state aid that you're already receiving to compensate for some of the issues that you've talked about.
Thank you, Delegate. It's a really good question. Part of what MML has advocated for and continues to is that we need to kind of look at this holistically, which probably includes some of those conversations. This bill is just part of an approach or one approach. But I think we really need to look at, like, what is that funding going towards and what are the needs of local jurisdictions? We talk about highway user revenues all the time and funding our roads, which I know we share some concerns with Baltimore and how we're doing that as a state, but we come out of our general fund to have to do that. So if we're cutting money elsewhere in state aid and we're still not meeting the challenges that Marylanders are facing, that's not really helpful, I don't think. We can't just shift the financial trouble somewhere else. But in terms of finding a way to fund cities fully so that we have safe roads, good infrastructure, happy businesses and visitors, like, that's what we're here to do.
Thank you.
Okay, Delegate Buckle.
I just had a question, Mr. Fiore, this is just more for my edification, like hotel motel taxes, because you say, like, we're taking in all these visitors and most of them come to Baltimore or Cumberland or Frederick or wherever it may be. The hotel motel taxes largely go back to those municipalities, don't they, in most places? Like Baltimore City controls its own hotel motel tax. All of it goes to the city. None of it comes as in our state revenue model.
Hotel motel tax is a bit of a complicated network in terms of how counties and municipalities handle it across the state. We do get some. I think it's important to note, though, like 60% of Maryland's visitors are day trips, day visitors. It's not always overnight. They still impact our roads, services, et cetera. So while we may capture some revenue from people visiting, it's really not making up for the impact they have on our infrastructure and services.
And I think Delegate Ebersol was talking about how many people live there, work there. So if you have residents of the cities, you're capturing in the what we call the piggyback tax, the local income tax, you're getting that money too. That someone who maybe lives in a farm community, they don't have as many people coming for their resources, but they don't get all that local income tax.
Sure, and I think on the municipal level, it's important to understand how much income tax we really get. For us, it's about 17% of what the municipal resident pays. So one way we like to frame this is for every $1.30 a municipal resident spends in income tax, $1 is going to the state, $0.25 is going to the county, and municipalities get a nickel. So
except in Baltimore City's case, which also is a county. So they're getting all of it, not except for the state portion.
Yeah, of course. And if you look at Baltimore City's finances, we rely on those other revenue streams. And again, we are similar to places like Philadelphia, places like New Orleans, St. Louis, that also have all of those streams. The sales tax is a very large piece, and it's a very large piece that's missing. As I mentioned, other cities get about a quarter of their total revenue off the sales tax. The entire ecosystem matters, but if you just look at a direct comparison, we lack a sales tax, and we have high property taxes, and everything else is the same.
Thank you.
Delegate Ebersol.
Relevant to Delegate Buckles' question, he and I are tag teaming. There's a couple of counties in Maryland that don't have municipalities. I happen to represent one. How do you see them compared to Baltimore City in this situation?
I think that every county and every municipality has their own needs. I think that Baltimore City's needs are specific to those of a large city. We share some of those with municipalities, but I think that just take a step back. In the 20th century, the economic model changed for big cities. Cities used to be a place where people came home from their factory job and they lived inside the city. And so cities fueled their revenue in the first half of the 20th century, mostly with property tax, because that was capturing the economic activity of the people who were using city services. That started changing in the second half of the 20th century. There are what we call urban communities, there are suburban communities, and there are bedroom communities. And in a place like Baltimore City, there is a tremendous amount of economic activity from people who don't live in the city and in many cases don't spend that one night in the city. So ultimately, it's a balance that's different for every place, but for big cities, nearly every city in the country except for Baltimore City ended up rebalancing in the late 20th or early 21st century between sales and property tax so that they didn't have property taxes that were so high that it deters people from.
So you would say that Howard County and Baltimore County are so different from the city that they really shouldn't be part of this discussion?
I would not speak to their specific finances. I'll just speak to Baltimore City. I would say that Baltimore City is not so different from Philadelphia or St. Louis that we can't do what they do.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions from the committee, now that concludes our hearing on House Bill 594. Thank you both. And we will move on to House Bill 595 from Delegate Lewis. This is a bill that is jointly assigned with the Health Committee. So we are joined by Delegate Rosenberg, Delegate Riley, and Delegate Alston. Welcome to Ways and Means. If you have any questions, please feel free to come up to one of the seats. And whenever you're ready to begin, Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's great to be here in the Ways and Means Committee, and even better that you're supplemented by my old colleagues from HGO. Thank you very much. I'm Delegate Robin Lewis here on behalf of House Bill 595. This bill has a long, complicated title, but it's actually pretty straightforward. This is a healthcare workforce bill. Now, I know you guys are all about generating revenues and figuring out how to set up our tax system, and you guys are really good at that. So you're probably wondering, why is this woman in our committee room talking about healthcare workforce? Well, let me tell you. It's because you guys understand incentives. You know that if you want more of something, you incentivize it. If you want less of something, you tax it or put fees on it. And that's kind of what you guys do all day, right? Well, it just so turns out that in the healthcare workforce ecosystem, you like that one, that's good, okay. In the healthcare workforce ecosystem, if you want more healthcare workers to be produced, to be trained, you actually might need to incentivize it a little bit. You need to remove some barriers of entry for students who want to pursue healthcare careers. You need to make it easier for educators to train the future healthcare workforce. And that's what I'm here to ask you to do. So this bill sets up an incentivized training strategy to help produce more physicians who we hope will stay in practice in our state, particularly in healthcare shortage areas. And those shortage areas are really characterized in rural settings. So we're not talking about, highly populated places with lots of medical centers necessarily. We're talking about Maryland's rural areas, Western Maryland, Southern Maryland, Eastern Shore, the mountain region, where there are lots of great Marylanders living and working and contributing, but they do not have access to as many physicians as they need. Not to mention dental hygienists and everything else, but that's another bill. So this one, we're focusing on the production of new physicians. The incentive-based training strategy that this bill proposes is pretty familiar. It's done for other cadres of healthcare, but we're focused here on physicians. So this bill would make it more attractive for licensed physicians to become trainers of the next generation of medical students. This would be done through a tax credit certificate sort of approach. We done this for nurses. In fact, I had a bill last year that successfully we all supported, so we can have more nurses. This does the same for doctors. I think I'll end there because I hope I've made my point. Training is a significant bottleneck to the production of the next generation of physicians. Incentivizing more trainers, as this bill aims to do, will help us get more doctors working and hopefully where we need them. In terms of how the bill works, it does two things. It changes eligibility so that medical students from other states who want to come here and train can be trained by those licensed physicians, experienced clinical trainers who want to train them and incentivize those trainers to do so. And then we hope those medical students from other places will fall in love with Maryland like we all have, stay here, build their careers, take good care of our people. So I will end there, and I thank you for your attention and ask a favorable report. I have a panel, if they could go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Steve Wise here today on behalf of the Maryland Academy of Family Physicians as well as MedChi, both of whom support the bill. As Delegate Lewis pointed out, we have a significant physician shortage here, and it only gets worse in the next couple of decades. This tax credit is one tool that's already on the books, and the changes she mentioned, reducing the number of hours that are required to be eligible for it, and allowing out-of-state medical students who will come here to take, for the physician that precepts them to take advantage of it. Those are changes that are consistent with other tax credits exactly like this for other health professions. So we're making it the same. One thing I'm sure you're thinking, and that is, are we giving away a large amount of tax revenue here because we're expanding the eligibility? And the answer to that is no. And the reason is already in statute, this tax credit is capped at $100,000 a year. The reason we want to expand the eligibility is over the last 4 years, the utilization has been around $30,000. So there's $70,000 there that we could be using to incentivize medical students to come here that's not being used. And we think these two changes will help get us closer to more utilization, which in turn helps with our physician shortage. So with that, I'm going to let Dr. Warden-Jarrett speak. Will her mic come on? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the distinguished committee. I am Dr. Ariel Warden-Jarrett, and I'm a board-certified family physician serving in Prince George's County. But let me share my story with you. One thing that we all have in common in this room, as we look around, we see different faces, different regions represented, but what we have in common is, at some point, we're all patients. Each of us in this room will need a provider, and hopefully a family physician, to take you through different ebbs and flows of life's journey. I came to Maryland from the state of California and ended up going to the George Washington University School of Medicine in Washington, D.C. Fell in love with the DMV. But it was with my primary care preceptorship that I rotated with a preceptor in Olney, Maryland, in Montgomery County, fell in love with just primary care, and ended up staying in the state of Maryland. What this bill proposes is that preceptors like the one that precepted me would be able to get that tax benefit because the way it's written now, as a student from GW going to in DC, those students would not be able to, the preceptor wouldn't be able to get that tax benefit. And so, as it's already been stated, educators, I love what I do. I precept students now, and I don't even benefit from the credit, but that's not the point why I'm here. I'm advocating for our students who are on the Eastern Shore, our people in Western Maryland. I toured a little bit of near Deep Creek this in the fall, and I just had some areas down there that are just really short. And we need good primary care there, and there's students who want to serve in those areas. And if we have the preceptors there, because there's also a preceptor shortage, this will definitely give them an advantage. Because remember, at the end of the day, we're all patients, but you want outstanding doctors to care for you, and this will help get us closer. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for this panel? Delegate Polakovich-Carr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Delegate Lewis. I just want to give you an opportunity to weigh in. We have favorable with amendment testimony from the University of Maryland School of Medicine, and they are suggesting an amendment to create a two-tiered tax credit structure so that the preceptors who are teaching, I guess, in-state students would get priority over those teaching students from out of state. And I just wanted to give you and your panel a chance to respond to that.
Thank you. I'll yield to Mr. Wise.
All right, thank you, Delegate, for the question. Yeah, we did not hear from the University of Maryland, but we did hear from one physician in particular. We discussed this. We certainly wouldn't want that issue to stand in the way of the passage of the bill. Given that there's only 30,000 utilized and 100,000 available, I'm not sure that a prioritization is in order at this point because, maybe it will be at some point, but not right now. But if the committee feels strongly about that, we would certainly rather have that than no change at all.
Okay. One of our guests from the Health Committee, Delegate Rosenberg.
So this, I should have been listening more closely, but does this go to the preceptor, the teacher, if you will, the mentor? And the mentor must live in the state, or what's the connection, the required connection to the state?
Yep, so the preceptor has to be here, has to be a Maryland taxpayer physician like Dr. Warden-Jarrett. Right now, the med student has to be in Maryland too, so University of Maryland or Hopkins. This would allow, in her example, the George Washington student to be able to come into Maryland, be precepted by Dr. Warden-Jarrett, and she would be eligible in that situation then too. So, and same example would apply in Western Maryland, for example. So you had a University of Pittsburgh medical student, that was willing to come down.
So the care is being provided to Marylanders?
Correct.
And the teacher is paying taxes in Maryland?
Correct.
And is this done in other states as well?
Honestly, not sure. This has been on the books for a while here in Maryland. I mean, just underutilized.
And if I may, Madam Chair, thank you for your thoughtfulness, Delegate Rosenberg. Remember that we did something very similar to this for nurse preceptors last year. And you know about how severe our nursing workforce shortage is. This is a similar mechanism. We passed it for nurses last year. The physician shortage is just as significant, if not worse, particularly in primary care medicine. So another incentive to add to all of the other changes we're making, I think will make a big difference. So thank you.
Okay. Delegate Roberson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess this is my day because I usually am never this talkative. But first, thank you for the bill. One, having a sister who's a pharmacist and had to go through the preceptor process, definitely understand the need for it, and in trying to find one in the area as I tried to attract her back from North Carolina. And secondly, just want to thank you, Dr. Warden Jarrett, on behalf of Prince George's County for the work that you're doing in particular, and just find this helpful just because, and I guess I need to make a question out of this, but in particular, where did you go to medical school at, and was it in the area, and were you able to benefit from the tax credit, since you live in Prince George's County?
Thank you. So I went to the George Washington University School of Medicine, moved from California to go there. I, at one point, did benefit from this tax credit, but I guess there was some rezoning, redistricting, so now I no longer qualify, but I'm still dedicated to precepting students because that's my passion. I hope that answers your question.
It does, just because this week we met with the American Cardiologists Association, and one of them is actually from Cumberland, and he shared just the same issue of rural Marylanders needing medical support as well. So definitely appreciate the bill. Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, that concludes the hearing on House Bill 595. Thank you very much to our colleagues from the Health Committee. Okay, and next up we have House Bill 511, Delegate Adelson.
I bring up my panel. Great, thank you. Take a seat anywhere, it's fine. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the House Ways and Means Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Mark Edelson, and I'm here to present House Bill 511, the Catalytic Revitalization Project Tax Credit Authorizations Bill. At its core, this bill is about one thing: helping Maryland catalyze the redevelopment of large, abandoned, and underused sites across the state and reconnecting them to the communities around them. A strong economy depends on systems that make opportunity possible, not just in theory, but in practice. And for many of our legacy commercial and industrial sites, the barrier is not a lack of interest or vision. It is the scale and complexity of what it takes just to make these properties usable again. On a post-industrial site, the financing gap is driven by front-loaded, non-revenue generating costs, including environmental investigation and remediation, hazardous materials abatement, selective demolition, structural stabilization and enclosure, utility hookup, stormwater compliance, and site and pedestrian infrastructure necessary to meet code and occupancy standards. House Bill 511 is a targeted policy response to that reality. It modernizes an existing tool so that it can actually support the kinds of catalytic projects Maryland is trying to see happen. First, the bill updates the definition of a catalytic revitalization project so that it includes the large, substantially vacant, and functionally obsolete properties that exist throughout our cities, towns, and older commercial corridors, not only those that were formerly publicly owned. Second, it focuses the program on places where redevelopment can have the greatest ripple effects, including arts and entertainment districts, Main Street Maryland communities, and priority funding areas. These are locations where reinvestment can help restore economic activity, strengthen surrounding neighborhoods, and make better use of existing infrastructure. Third, the bill strengthens and modernizes the credit itself so that it can meaningfully close financial gaps for projects of this scale. It aligns the credit with real construction timelines and adjusts the annual cap to a level that is more consistent with peer programs and more appropriate to the size of Maryland's adaptive reuse needs. Just as important, HB 511 makes the program predictable by moving to an annual application cycle, increasing transparency, and clarifying timelines. It provides certainty to communities, lenders, and developers who are trying to bring these complex projects to life. And when these sites are repurposed, the benefits extend far beyond the walls of the building. These projects create new opportunities for employment, education, healthcare, housing, and local services. They reconnect people to resources and convert long-standing liabilities into long-term community assets. This bill does not change the state's goals, bless you. It simply gives Maryland a more functional, transparent, and appropriately scaled tool to achieve them. For those reasons, I respectfully ask for a favorable report on House Bill 511, and I will turn it over to my panel.
Thank you, Delegate Edelson. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the distinguished committee. My name is Matt Hugel, and I'm the principal of the Catalytic Infrastructure Development Group. Our firm advises major private development with a focus on infrastructure and creative finance. We've worked on projects up and down the East Coast, including here in Maryland, on projects in Baltimore City, Anne Arundel, and Dorchester counties. Across these projects in the states we've worked in, one thing stands out when we look at the development constraints in Maryland, and that is that too many large, vacant, and obsolete properties remain stuck in place, even when there's real market demand around them. And that is the problem this bill seeks to address. Even in some of Maryland's strongest markets, large abandoned properties have sat fallow for decades, dragging down the economic vitality of otherwise vibrant communities. These sites are not just eyesores with low tax bills. They suppress surrounding property values, they disrupt neighborhood continuity, and they discourage other private investment nearby. In many cases, they would have likely been renovated years ago, too, if Maryland had the type of catalytic redevelopment tools that are available in our peer states. This legislation strengthens Maryland's existing catalytic revitalization tax credit while retaining firm fiscal safeguards and maintaining a program cap that is still more modest than programs in other states. In closing, I really want to underscore that this changes to this legislation proposed will make this into a truly statewide tool. It'll apply equally to large abandoned industrial facilities in Western Maryland and on the Eastern Shore, to obsolete shopping malls in our suburban counties, and to major adaptive reuse projects on our main streets in our downtowns. Without changes to this financing program, though, these properties will likely remain long-term liabilities. But with targeted intervention, they can become community anchors, economic engines that generate jobs and produce sustained tax revenue growth well beyond the project site. Now, for these reasons, I respectfully urge a favorable report on this legislation. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here, and thanks for your public service. My name is John Renner. I'm the vice chair of the board of Preservation Maryland, and I also own a real estate development and advisory company focused on economic development and commercial revitalization. I have to claim a modest role in creating the existing catalytic revitalization tax credit. I was on the steering committee organized by the Department of Planning in 2019 to figure out what to do with obsolete government-owned complexes. Senator Katie Hester was also on the steering committee. I mentioned catalytic tax credits in other states. She was inspired and worked hard to get the legislation passed. Our perspective at Preservation Maryland is that some of these obsolete state-owned or government-owned complexes are in markets that require a lot of time and creativity to identify economic drivers for the reuse of the buildings. To make projects financially feasible in the short term, developers need to include newly constructed houses, big box retail, and so forth. That may conflict with historic preservation goals and the goals of local communities that want job creation and economic development, rather than uses that threaten their local businesses or increase demands on schools, utility infrastructure, and so forth. I want to be clear that Preservation Maryland still supports the adaptive reuse of government-owned historic complexes, but we believe many of these sites require careful planning, building assessments, community engagement, and alignment with local economic development priorities prior to redevelopment. We've heard that some of the properties that have received the CRTC in the past are in the very early planning stages. Wow, that's 2 minutes.
You can finish your sentence.
I'll just close by saying that the expansion of the eligibility to beyond government-owned complexes will achieve the original intent of the legislation, which was catalytic economic impact across the state of Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Tom Cole with Perry Jacobson representing Cross Street Partners. Maryland has a problem, and that is properties that are stuck. These are properties that at one time served an important purpose, but over time with disuse have become blighted and vacant. The catalytic tax credit program puts those properties to better use. Even better, rather than dealing with the headwinds of new development, they facilitate the revitalization of existing areas where development has previously occurred. And so this program has proven in the state of Maryland to be an effective tool for doing that. The expansion here under this bill would be a necessary tool to make sure that we can take more of those blighted properties, put them to their highest and best use, and create the housing and economic development that the state of Maryland needs. So we would respectfully request a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I see a question from Delegate Buckle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate, I'm just making sure I'm getting this right, I think so. So in the original catalytic bill, it had to be this sort of narrowly defined group of properties that had some prior, it was largely based on their prior existing use. Your bill or the changes to the bill would eliminate that, which I think makes sense because not every one-size-fits-all approach doesn't work across the state. But would it increase or add a new requirement that the minimum intended investment for the project, meaning I assume the private sector investment, not the combined credit-based and private sector investment, would be $50 million? Is that something in the existing legislation? Was there a cap on what someone had to put in order to qualify, or is that something we're adding in? I worry a little bit about that with the one-size-fits-all too, that while that may work for a very large property in Baltimore City, a convertible warehouse and kind of a blighted district, it may not work in other communities where the project is the same, but the costs may not, the acquisition costs and other things that go into it, because the property, as you said, Mr. Cole, is stuck. Somebody may get the property for a song, so to speak. They're still going to put $47.5 million of work into it, but it doesn't add up to 50. Is that a new requirement in the bill, Delegate, or anybody on the panel, or is that something you guys think is flexible?
I can't answer you directly. I will say when we were creating this, we were looking at government complexes that included dozens of buildings of large size. So total development costs would have been, in excess of several $100 million.
Right. That's what I thought.
I don't know if there was a specific.
Right. That's what I thought from the bill from a few years ago, is that there were really, while it wasn't written for just 4 or 5 complexes, it was kind of understood that there might be 4, 5, 6 complexes that would be, who would take advantage of it. And now by expanding it out, which is great, I'm worried if that 50 million is a hard set number that really relates to reality for projects.
So I'll jump in and then you can jump in. I'm happy to obviously discuss that number and work through if there might be a better one. The intent really is, since we're expanding it pretty significantly, we're trying to find the happy medium between ensuring that there is that sufficient private sector investment in the project that then is going to tie in with the state tax credit, right? Because we're increasing the size of the tax credit, we're increasing the percentage cap on expenses, we're increasing it to annual. And so if we're doing these things and expanding the properties that can be applicable for the statute, we want to then also make sure that you have that other piece of the puzzle, is that you have that minimum size project of at least 100,000 square feet and the 50 million private investment, so that we really are trying to thread that needle to ensure that we're not going to expand it too much.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Maybe we can keep working toward that where it's impactful, but it doesn't sort of move things out because they're in, Caroline County and there's not a $50 million project there, but they have a $40 million project that would have the impact for them would just be off the charts. So want to work for. Okay, thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. I'll go to my Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 2 questions, and the first is actually related to that $50 million investment. The language in the bill has an intended investment of $50 million. And so as you're looking at that number, I guess I'm also curious about that being a minimum intended investment and what happens if it's something different than what was intended.
So that is for the application for the tax credit, and I think that is something the developer is going to take on as a risk because, again, the tax credit is not awarded until the project is complete. And I think that's a benefit of the program, but it's also something that the applicant is going to have to consider. So as opposed to the tax credit being awarded after the money has been deployed, the intended is incorporating the fact that this will be petitioned for as a tax credit before any money has been spent, and then it will only be received after the deployment. So the application will have to identify all the costs going up to that $50 million number, and then it will be between DHCD and the developer in the event that it is $49.9 million or something like that.
Okay, so the applicant can assess their certainty and what risk they're willing to take on. Okay. And then my second question is around, specifically around environmental mitigation and, recognizing that that's a reality, that there are a lot of sites that need a lot of work that's very expensive, and if we want to get them back into productive use, that has to be dealt with. We have had, as a committee here, we heard another bill that that deals with gas station redevelopment, and obviously there's environmental issues there. One of the issues that we discussed was sort of making sure that the tax credit isn't really being used to, let a property owner off the hook for what is their obligation in terms of addressing that. And I'm just wondering if you can speak to sort of how we guard against that specifically in the environmental cleanup side of things.
So I would say that's sort of a double-sided problem, which you no doubt have encountered, because sometimes there will be properties that will be blighted because there is some environmental consequence on that site, and whoever was the one that was responsible for mitigating that environmental harm is no longer available for recourse. So I think that problem can be incorporated and addressed, and I will just say, having worked with DHCD on a number of similar programs in the past, they will be deliberate about cordoning off funds and saying, even though the project might have all fungible funds, they will say, all right, these funds are going to this provision as opposed to otherwise. But that might be something that we can collaborate on. I would just say that a lot of the projects, those large campuses that you're seeing that are going decades without redevelopment, in many circumstances, it is because there is some environmental issue that requires hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars, in remediation that everyone is saying, well, no one is willing to invest to do that. So how do we proceed? So I'm sure there is a solution that we could find, but I just wanted to identify that, the catalytic program, I think we should be careful not to cordon that off completely.
And I would just add on that, if I could. I mean, as Tom said, but the idea here is to take these sites that have currently environmental concerns for their communities and put them into a situation where actually redeveloping it can pencil for a private developer to do, right? And so by doing so, you remediate those environmental concerns. They're still going to have to put the upfront capital into actually doing that. You only get the tax credit at the end. And so, again, it's trying to thread that appropriate needle so that we get these projects, these sites back on the tax rolls and remediate the environmental issues and create the jobs, et cetera, that would otherwise just be sitting there vacant if we didn't do something a bit more bold to move the needle.
Delegate Polakovich-Carr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate Edelson, for the bill. I have two questions. The first one is about the language at the top of page 2 on the bill, where it defines the expanded eligibility for this particular credit. So before, it was formerly owned by the state or state or federal government, or is substantially vacant or functionally obsolete privately owned commercial property. I'm wondering if you or someone on your panel can just explain, who would be deciding what does substantially vacant mean and making that interpretation, or functionally obsolete?
Mr. Renner, do you want to address how?
Well, I think DHCD would make that determination. And I think this could, exact definitions for those terms could be included in the application criteria.
Okay.
And Delegate, if I could just add to that, I think what that is intended to address is sometimes you will see these projects that are maybe 20 stories tall and were fully, like Crown Cork and Seal is a good example, and it has been put to some functional reuse, but it is not at its highest and best use. So maybe you have the ground floor being used by artists, but the vast majority of the project, it's just sort of putting along and maybe paying its property tax and that's it. So I think we'd welcome additional criteria to narrow that, but I just wanted to sort of identify that that's what that language is sort of encompassing, that it's not completely vacant.
Thank you. And then my other question is, so the existing tax credit has an emphasis on projects that include affordable housing. And my understanding is in at least a few of the rounds of funding so far from DHCD, that criteria actually has made a difference in terms of projects that have been funded or not. So the bill before us would add that it's not just an emphasis on affordable housing, but also economic growth or job creation. And I'll say I'm a little bit concerned that adding those additional criteria might actually be kind of sidelining that emphasis on affordable housing, where we have seen it has tipped the scales on projects that have gotten funded to date. And so I just was hoping somebody could comment on that.
Yeah, anytime I can put on my housing hat, I will. I would say that if you look at sort of best practices for the construction of affordable housing, it is actually in mixed use, where we have bottom floor commercial, retail, employment opportunities, and then the affordable housing is incorporated into that. And one of the benefits of this in particular is that affordable housing has very sophisticated and robust, not robust enough, funding mechanisms for the creation of that housing. And so being able to pair a program like a low-income housing tax credit program, Rental Housing Works, with a catalytic tax credit, it helps facilitate that housing. You're still going to see housing, and I guarantee you all of these projects are going to stack better with a housing component, but this simply allows that funding to also go towards those economic development components, which are not able to take funds from a low-income housing tax credit program or a rental housing program. So I will tell you that in practice, the expectation should be, because we have these very robust programs for the creation of housing, they're going to pair very strongly with the catalytic tax credit program.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, that ends the bill hearing on House Bill 511, and thank you so much, Delegate, for bringing the bill. We're going to go to my bill, House Bill 542, and since it's sponsor only, I'm going to take it from here. Good afternoon, Ways and Means Committee. For the record, I am Delegate Janelle Wilkins. I'm pleased to present House Bill 542, Earned Income Tax Credit Individuals Without Qualified Children Eligibility. The Earned Income Tax Credit is one of the most proven poverty-reducing measures that the General Assembly has at its disposal. As you know, the EITC is designed to bolster the earnings of low-wage workers and offset some of the taxes they pay, providing opportunity for struggling families to step up and out of poverty and toward meaningful economic security. The EITC promotes work and helps our lowest earning workers to keep their wages in their pockets in the form of a refundable tax credit. It is estimated that for every dollar the state spends on the EITC, $1.23 comes back to our local economy as recipients spend it on necessities such as groceries, housing, transportation, and debt. HB 542 expands the eligibility and value of the EITC by expanding the income threshold for individuals without qualifying children. The bill would also adjust the credit for inflation each year as determined by the Comptroller of Maryland. This would bridge gaps for Marylanders and make the credit more valuable to our lowest income earners. I urge the committee to give a favorable report to House Bill 542. Any questions from committee members? Okay, seeing none, that ends the hearing on House Bill 542. On to the next bill. We will take up Delegate Pruski, House Bill 528.
Can I bring my panel up, Madam Chair?
Yes, please. Thank you. And you can begin when you're ready.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Madam Chair Wilkins, Madam Vice Chair Feldmark. Today I'm presenting and asking for a favorable report on HB 528, income tax subtraction modification, retirement income of fire, rescue, emergency service personnel eligibility. For those of you that know, fire and rescue emergency personnel put their lives on the line every day. I know in a career that this path is often difficult, strenuous, and requires both physical and mental demands. We recognize these challenges, and so does the state of Maryland, because we currently have a subtraction modification for retirement of income for fire, rescue, emergency service personnel who served in Maryland. We have Maryland residents, though, who are public safety personnel that worked in the District of Columbia. They'd often take Maryland calls, could be mutual aid, and support calls for obviously fire, rescue, and emergency services personnel. But because their service was in DC, they are not eligible, even though they're Maryland residents. HB 528 resolves this issue. We're not changing the modification of the age. We are simply clarifying that retired District of Columbia fire, rescue, emergency personnel are also eligible for this modification. And again, this modification applies for the end of the tax year. I have a panel here today that will provide additional details and the rationale on why this bill is important. We will hear from representatives from the Professional Firefighters of Maryland, DC Firefighters Association, and DC Retired Firefighter Association. I respectfully ask for a favorable report for HB 528, and thank you for your consideration.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Jeff Buttle on behalf of the Professional Firefighters of Maryland, who represent approximately 10,000 firefighters, paramedics, and emergency services personnel across the state of Maryland. I wanted to speak today on a piece of this legislation, and that's the history of it. This bill was first enacted back in the 2017 legislative session, so it's been around for a while. And when we enacted this bill in the language of the current statute that says employee of the United States, that was intended to include our District of Columbia firefighters. And the reason for that is that the District of Columbia receives their funding and oversight from Congress. I know for a while, and I think President Hoagland from DC IFF will be able to speak to this as well, but I know for a while after this was first enacted, there weren't any issues, and the DC firefighters that lived here in the state of Maryland were receiving the tax credit or the income subtraction modification on their retirement income. And then somewhere along the way over time, that interpretation got changed and they stopped receiving it. So what we're trying to do here with this piece of legislation is to clarify, in my view, what the original intent of the bill was. So with that, I would respectfully request the committee's favorable consideration, and thank you.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, good afternoon. My name is David Hoagland, President of the DC Firefighters Association, IFF Local 36, affiliated with the Metro Washington Council, the AFL-CIO, where I also serve as Secretary. I'm submitting this testimony in support of House Bill 528, which clarifies an existing retirement income tax subtraction to include retired District of Columbia Fire Rescue and Emergency Services personnel. As it stands now, retirees who live in Maryland who are not eligible for retirement income subtraction because their years of protecting lives and property were served in the District of Columbia. Though many retirees' pensions are fully or partially funded by the federal government, they are not clearly eligible for the retirement tax subtraction. House Bill 528, should it be passed, would recognize these Maryland residents for all their years of dedicated service protecting lives and property in the region, would provide meaningful financial relief in retirement, and would allow these men and women to remain in their communities where they lived as active firefighters. The DC Firefighters Association represents over 2,000 firefighters, 1,100 of whom call Maryland home. We have an additional 1,100 retired firefighters who currently reside in Maryland. The tragic mid-air collision over the Potomac River 1 year ago is an example of how DC firefighters not only answer the call in the district, but are responders across the entire national capital region. That incident highlighted the coordination between DC and its regional partners in Maryland and Virginia. DC firefighters, including underwater divers, responded from their homes in Maryland to assist in recovery efforts. Large-scale incidents do not respect jurisdictional boundaries, and mutual aid is key to a positive outcome. It's well known that firefighters are exposed to on-the-job hazards like toxic gases, sleep deprivation associated with shift work, and cumulative stress. The health conditions that can follow can cause financial and emotional strain. The income tax deductions for retired public safety employees, to include DC fire, rescue, and emergency services personnel, will help alleviate that strain and properly honors years of public service. I want to thank Delegate Pruski for introducing this needed amendment. I'd also like to thank President Jeff Buttle of the Professional Firefighters of Maryland for his continued support. I'll turn it over to James Partridge, the president of the DC Retired Firefighters.
Good morning, Chair Wilkins and members of the Ways and Means Committee. Thank you for calling this hearing. Allow me to provide testimony today regarding House Bill 528. My name is James Partridge, and I've been a resident from Maryland for almost 60 years and currently reside in Charles County. testifying today in support of HB 528 to include the District of Columbia, allowing me and others who faithfully serve for the District of Columbia Fire Department to benefit from the Maryland income tax subtraction that retired federal and Maryland firefighters claim. As president of DC Retired Firefighters Association, this change would be of great benefit to our retired members. One of my focuses as president is to seek ways for my members to take advantage of programs and/or initiatives that can positively affect their lives post-retirement. After 30 years of faithful service to the District of Columbia and the National Capital Region, I appreciate the focus of this bill and want to thank all of those who worked to bring it to fruition to the benefit of the firefighting community. It was a true honor to serve our nation's capital over the span of my career, as well as the solemn pride of calling Maryland my home. As a resident and proud retiree of the District of Columbia Fire Department, I hope you, along with others with the committee, will consider the testimony in support of HB 528. The current law has been inconsistently applied to our retirees. Our members have been claiming this income subtraction modification for the past several years. Audits by the comptroller have led to confusion and conflicting outcomes. There's a real need for this language to clarify the existing statute. Thank you both, Madam Chair, along with the other members of the committee, for your dedication to public service. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, and thank you to each of you for your service. Do we have any questions? Delegate Wims.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate, for breaking this bill. I had two questions, short questions. The first one is, do you find that because we don't have this tax credit now that you're having problems getting people to join the firefighters across Maryland and DC? That's the first question.
Yeah, I think anything that's going to help keep Marylanders in Maryland, and obviously you heard from the testimony here for service, this will help. I can say that. I'm sure that they would all agree with a nod head.
Okay. Yeah. And then a follow-up, but it's not really a question, but it's a statement. I've been volunteering with the American Red Cross for a while, and I know when there's a fire, they're always there to help the families. And I just want to say thank you to all of you. And thank you, Madam Chair. That's it.
Thank you, Delegate.
All right, seeing no other questions, thank you for this bill, and that ends this hearing. We'll take up the next bill, which will be Delegate Eversole.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next bill is House Bill 371, State Lottery Courier Services Licensure.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair. Hello, committee members. I'm going to bring before you a bill that is State Lottery Courier Services Licensure. For those of you who are here previously, we had this bill last year. We are always looking for ways to get a little more revenue out of our gaming services here in Maryland. We have two significantly different ones. One is the various private entities around the state that offer casinos or sports wagering, but we also have a state lottery, which has been around significantly longer than the others in this state, that has always raised us money. I kind of like the lottery because we get all the money from the lottery, not just some of it. If there are ways to increase, lottery sales, I'm always interested in them. And before you have a bill that would allow for lottery services to be more or less delivered to people when they want them. And so it's called a courier services bill. I will get into some of the specifics, but I think you'll probably want to ask some questions. I see a light on already, and that's good news. But it is a unique concept that people could order lottery tickets online. To be perfectly fair, they don't really always get the tickets in paper in their hands. There is some exchange of information and actual paper in certain situations, but generally people can do this in online fashion. You are going to hear the standard argument that occurs about new forms or new avenues for gaming. Some will say that this will simply cannibalize the current sales, and others will say that, no, this will actually open up a new group of people who might be interested in accessing the lottery who can't right now. And so I have been hanging around gambling for quite a while since I got here to the legislature. And generally, I find that it seems like there are ways to get new customers, and this would. It could result in initial runnings about $12 million more a year, which doesn't sound like a lot, but as we move forward, it might be more like 30 or 40 million. So this is a significant amount of money, not really in light of some of the deficits, but you have to start putting water in the bucket drop by drop to heal some of the things that we need, and we certainly do need them. So I present this to you, and we can get into the vagaries of the specifics, and I'm sure we will. There's a handful of unfavorables behind me that will tell you how this is going to hurt their businesses. Lotteries have lottery agents who sell, and those lottery agents get, I forget what we have the percentage set at right now, but
5.75%.
I was going to say somewhere between 5 and 6% of everything they sell. So they like to sell lottery product, and they are concerned that this will take away their business. And I don't have quite as great a concern as they do, but they'll be experts and they'll tell you that. But with that, I'll conclude my testimony and turn it over to the representatives. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, Bill Frick. I was a longtime member of this committee. I am now a registered lobbyist. Julian Shaw of Jack Pocket is here at my request, Madam Chair. Members, I looked last night. I saw 258 bills assigned to this committee. None of them do what Delegate Ebersol's bill does, which is generate very significant, I would say massive, new, ongoing revenue without increasing taxes, without increasing fees, and without expanding gaming beyond what we're already offering. I would submit, Madam Chair, this bill does not have any downside whatsoever. As a refresher, under this bill, a consumer would be allowed to place an order for a standard lottery ticket using a licensed courier services mobile app or website. The courier has the order fulfilled using a standard lottery terminal at an affiliated retailer. They'll upload a digital copy of the ticket to the customer's account and store the ticket securely pending the drawing. If the customer wins, the courier processes the claim on their behalf, credits the customer's account. Couriers do not mark up the price of the ticket or take any cut of the winnings. As the fiscal note observes, this generates very significant ongoing revenue by attracting new customers to the traditional lottery. Based on the experience we have in other states, Madam Chair, we know this means couriers add to the pool. They are not cannibalizing existing retailers. Let me give you a quote. The data is pretty conclusive at this point. There is not a single state that has seen a sales decline in retail. Madam Chair, that's not my words. That's not my client's words. Those are the words of the Connecticut lottery regulator. Not only will this not harm the retailers, it actually brings in millions of dollars in modern free advertising that actually benefits them as well. My clients are also eager to enter into partnerships with them as they have in other states. Finally, Madam Chair, this will generate such meaningful revenue, and as the delegate mentioned, we think it's even much more than in the fiscal note. You could use a portion of that additional revenue to restore the commissions paid to retailers. We urge a favorable report, which would be a win-win-win for the state, for retailers, and for players.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair, members of the committee. It's a great honor to be here with you today to support House Bill 371. My name is Julian Shaw, and I'm the Senior Director of Business Development for DraftKings Jack Pocket. But my career actually started 17 years ago right here in the state of Maryland, where I worked as the account manager for the Maryland Lottery scratch-off ticket vendor. It was that experience that really taught me the ins and outs of the lottery business, and it sparked a career-long interest in helping lotteries across North America modernize through digital offerings. So all these years later, my mission has remained unchanged, and I'm here today in support of a modernization opportunity for my home lottery, which is the Lottery Courier Service. To briefly explain who we are and what this bill addresses, DraftKings recently acquired Jack Pocket, which is the nation's leading courier service. It allows consumers to make an online order for the purchase of official lottery retail tickets that occur straight in the retail location. We are live in 17 U.S. jurisdictions, operating with strong consumer safeguards around age verification, geolocation, responsible gaming, and secure ticket handling. The challenge this bill responds to is simple. Without modernization, the lottery risks not reaching new audiences or becoming less visible to new audiences, and that puts future revenue at risk. House Bill 371 gives the Maryland Lottery the authority to establish a state-regulated, transparent framework for lottery courier services, inclusive of consumer protections. It is our experience over the last decade of operation that courier programs help lotteries reach an audience that is not currently served by the existing structure. And that results in two things. The first, incremental revenue, and the second, cost savings to the state to the tune of millions of dollars in savings on cost of player acquisition, as well as external advertising direct from the millions in marketing investment that we make. In closing, House Bill 371 helps sustain an important revenue source that funds our schools, public safety. Thank you. We ask for your favorable support of this bill.
Thank you so much, Delegate. We do always appreciate revenue generators. All right, let's go to Delegate Griffith, who's had his button on since the start.
Thank you, and thanks for bringing this bill, Delegate, and thanks to DraftKings. I had a very good Super Bowl Sunday, so thank you for that. And,
we're pleased to hear that. Thank you.
Ms. Frick, we had a very good conversation about this, and I kind of want to bring that conversation to light. So I have a first question about and another question for the DraftKings piece. So my concern is, and if you could speak to this, I'd appreciate it, and what we spoke about related to the small retailers, and I think about primarily the liquor stores. I think we have like 30 of them in Harford County or so, and they've seen a lot of headwinds, not only through some of the policy decisions we've made, but also the introduction of cannabis and some lifestyle changes of younger people. Most liquor stores in Maryland have seen a 30% year-over-year decrease on sales, and then this is also one of their revenue streams that's important to them. And I know you'd mentioned in Connecticut, and that's only one state, that they hadn't seen any loss in retail sales, but we don't know that's going to be the case in Maryland, and Connecticut's a smaller state even than us, right? And I don't even know what their regulatory scheme was before they rolled this out. Does it compare to Maryland or not? So my concern is the impact on our small retailers, and the last thing is now our liquor stores are staring down the barrel of grocery stores maybe able to sell beer and wine, which will wipe out hundreds of jobs in Harford County alone. So could you speak to the issue there?
Well, quickly, let's put aside beer and wine because this bill's not about that. Okay, that's a concern, but that's not what we're doing. We're not taking away beer and wine sales from anybody with this, and I'll let you answer that.
Yeah, Delegate, I really enjoyed our conversation. I know how sincere your concern is for those constituents of yours. With respect to that quote I gave you from the Connecticut lottery director, he wasn't talking just about Connecticut. The quote was, there's not a single state that has a unit decline in sales. This is happening in 17 jurisdictions, and so we have a track record, and Julian, please add if you think there's more. This is consistent. What they do is bring in new customers that are currently not participating in lottery. So, and because there's millions of modern marketing happening, they're actually doing marketing that can benefit those retailers. So if there's a push notification that goes out to DraftKings players, a lot of those players may say, all right, fine, I'll play Powerball, but they'll play it at that liquor store when they go in for a drink. So we've seen consistently it really doesn't have that cannibalization effect. I understand the fear, I understand the sort of knee-jerk reaction, but there's a track record. DC's right across the line from Maryland. Their liquor stores seem to be fine, even though couriers are an option in D.C. But again, I think we've talked about this. I've got an analysis that shows this could be generating as much as $100 million a year in additional revenue. You could take some of that and restore their lottery commission. Obviously, it's your decision, but if you made that a friendly amendment, you'd be giving them additional cash that's sort of guaranteed, and I don't think there would be any harms that it would need to offset.
Thank you. And then I guess what I'm trying to understand a little bit about DraftKings. Would DraftKings be providing the service for this? Would they be the vendor? How would that work?
DraftKings is currently the owner of the Jack Pocket lottery courier service, and so the brand that offers to consumers directly the lottery products for order is Jack Pocket. Of course, within our ownership structure, the great benefit to the state is that we do have an active database here in the state of Maryland of DraftKings players, so we are able to cross-promote and market lottery products to an audience of digitally savvy existing players here in the state to help increase revenue for lottery.
So, and I kind of anticipate what the counter to this would be. What I'm trying to understand is, so right now, what percentage of revenue for lottery does Maryland get? And how would that change for when Jack Pocket would potentially provide this service? What's the physical impact one to the other? Would there be any revenue loss to the state by their portion of how much they make out of this? And I'm not a lottery expert, I'm just trying to understand it.
These would, no, the state's, this would simply sell more tickets. It wouldn't change in any way what the state's revenue piece of it is. It would generate more revenue by having more lottery ticket sales, but it would not change in any way.
And what piece of the action would DraftKings
they don't mark up the price of the ticket, Delegate, nor do they take a share of the earnings. They get paid by a portion of the funds that the consumer funds their account up front. So once the ticket's purchased, all that goes to the state. I believe, and lotteries here, they can correct me, but I believe it's sort of about a 1 to 4, so $4 in sales is $1 in tax in revenue to the state, but Jen can clarify if I have it wrong. And I do also want to just clarify, DraftKings is one of the operators. They're not the exclusive operator. I also represent jackpot.com. This would not be exclusive, an exclusive licensing regime like you sometimes see in gaming.
All right, just trying to understand a little more. Thank you very much.
Of course, yeah.
Good questions, thank you.
Delegate Buckle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is this going to apply? I don't play the lottery very much myself, except when it's like $1 billion. I can't resist. You know, everybody fantasizes about what happened. Then you find out you only get like 20% of the $1 billion, but still a lot of money. So you get a little more money then. But I'm not an expert in all the games. My understanding of the bill is it would apply, or would allow the courier delivery service for any product that the lottery currently offers, including scratch-off tickets. Is that correct?
The way the bill is currently written.
I would say yes, draw games and scratch-offs, but there are other things lottery does, like Keno, racetrack.
Yeah, Keno are things that are monitor-based games. I don't know how you could play them because the draw is happening in a television-like environment. It would be hard to do that. But did you see the concerns from the casino community, the 6 licensed VLT operators that believe, and again, this gets into how technology has changed. You know, what you and I see is I'm buying a digital piece of cardboard that my, mother scratches off with a quarter. But what they're saying is under the definition of the bill, a digital scratch-offs would essentially open the door to almost iGaming. It's like almost playing a slot machine online because you're getting the same feel over and over again. It's just creating a digital image. You're not, Delegate Ebersol, I assume that's not your intent, is to have those types of games introduced.
And I appreciate the up on that. Thank you very much. Yeah, that does concern me. Certainly the interactive nature. We've discussed that a little bit, and they can address that. But
sure,
we've also discussed possibly having limitations on frequency of play, or what games could be there as possible ways of making this more palatable. We haven't gotten there yet, but we got a subcommittee for that sort of thing.
And I appreciate that. And then the other question.
Leader, do you mind if I just
jump in? Certainly, absolutely, Mr. Frick, or
Yeah, I just want to clarify.
Yeah,
these would not, particularly in the case. I mean, in all these cases, you're talking about an actual paper ticket that is on the app. You'll place an order, and an actual paper ticket is generated and scanned and sent. So there's a lag time. I mean, I think it's 5-10 minutes or so. It is not like video games where it just loads onto your phone and you can keep playing and keep playing. You're ordering an actual paper ticket that's then scanned to you. Now, the scratchers, they have sort of fun digital ways that they remove the foil and you can use your finger, but it's not like playing Candy Crush where you lose, you reload, you lose. So I don't
silly things people will do for money.
Yeah, and you're not doing this is still being printed at a store, so you're not doing it in the middle of the night. And as Delegate Ebersol says, lotteries going to have oversight here. So if we wanted to say, hey, no more than $50 every 3 hours, you could do something like that.
I just wanted to, go ahead.
Maintain the parallel. I could go and buy 50 scratch-offs right now.
Stand
and I
in
could
line
sit and do them all at my house,
Which he does.
Well, yeah, but I win a lot.
That just was my concern, is ways that we deal with this all the time now with technology. Things that used to make sense definitionally 10 years ago have some differences. We want to make sure that we're being tight about it. But then secondarily, I just 5 minutes of research. Texas seems to have banned lottery courier services, maybe subject to lawsuits. I'm not sure what the result of that is. Texas banned them last year. California's Attorney General has said they're not appropriate in California, although they don't have a legislative ban. Their guidance. Florida's regulator appears to have banned them or indicated that they would prosecute or administratively sanction operators. So it seems to be some of the bigger states outside of New York, New Jersey, other places have gone in the opposite direction. What do you think, or what is your sense of the industry as what their concerns were to have those states, very substantial gaming environments that have gone the opposite direction of the bill?
I'd like to
I always hate to ask attorneys, make the other side's argument, but that's essentially.
No, thank you for that,
What did you get out of those states' experience where they've gone the opposite direction?
Appreciate the question, Delegate. And I think that what we're doing here today is exactly to avoid any of the concerns that may be presented by the ban that ultimately happened in Texas, which we are disappointed by that outcome. The legislation in front of you seeks to provide us a clear framework to allow us to operate with no uncertainty as to the guardrails that the state expects us to operate within. I will also say that as a result of Texas, we have seen in the last 12 months several states move to introduce regulation for couriers, which is a positive outcome and one that we're seeking here. Arizona, Colorado, Oregon, right here next to us in DC, and Maine are some of those lotteries that have moved in that direction.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate
there was an incident in Texas, Delegate, where a group of investors bought up such a large amount of the possible combinations that they assured themselves of a jackpot.
Yes.
They did not use courier services to do that. There was a controversy because the Texas Lottery Commissioner helped get them enough machines to pull that off, and so they banned the entire. They disbanded the Texas Lottery Commission, and I think couriers were collateral damage.
Thanks for the information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. And before we move on to questions, an announcement for the members. The Chief Clerk's office is here in the committee suite. Today is the bill drop deadline, so if you have any bills with you that need to get into the hopper, please make sure that you get them to the Chief Clerk ASAP.
It's almost a courier service, isn't it?
Oh, good one. All right, Delegate Hartman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing this bill once again. The question I have, Mr. Frick, you were excited about the fiscal note, and you also said that, current existing customers are going to take advantage of this, but it also is going to bring new customers. So the existing customers, I guess, are those who are going into the liquor stores that Delegate Griffiths was talking about, the convenience stores. And I know personally myself, when you have those big jackpots, I leave the house, make a trip to the convenience store, liquor store, whatever, to pick up lottery tickets, or, just driving down the road, I need to stop and get tickets. Does the fiscal note take into consideration the loss of revenue by deterring people from doing that because of this courier service, where they're not going to have to go into that brick and mortar store that are struggling, and then all the economics associated with those stores do for the economy? Is that taken into consideration?
I don't think the fiscal note attempted to do that, Delegate, but what we've seen in other states is that the couriers actually rise the tide for everyone, and we're going to send those push notifications that says, hey, did you know there's a drawing tonight, and it's $1 billion, and a bunch of those folks are going to run down to the Royal Farms and get themselves a ticket and get themselves a Diet Coke. So we feel confident that cannibalization isn't really what you're going to see. What you're going to see is these couriers bringing a lot of new players in, and some of them will be folks who never planned on it, but it's 10 minutes before the drawing. They've already changed into their pajamas, and they're like, all right, shoot, I'm not going out, but I would like to buy a ticket. And so we'll capture a bunch of those players that otherwise would be lost.
So why would the push notification send people out into the brick and mortar stores versus using the online service or courier, whatever you want to call it?
Comfort level. I think there will be a lot of players who our marketing will tell them about a jackpot, and they're saying, I'm going to go get myself a ticket, they don't know, they're not going to necessarily use technology to do it. They're going to want to have that $1 billion ticket in their pocket.
But your marketing would be to these courier customers, correct?
Yeah, it would be, so for example, if DraftKings sent a note to their DraftKings pool, it would go to a bunch of folks, whether they're playing or not playing the lottery, and I think a lot of them will actually choose to get a physical ticket that they can have in their pocket.
I might also add, Delegate Hartman, I've spent probably the last 10 years of my career focused on internet lottery solutions, which certainly is not the topic of today's discussion, but it's relevant in the sense that these digital distribution options have proven to introduce new audiences to lotteries, have not resulted in any cannibalization in retail sales, and that's certainly the outcome that we expect here and is evidenced in our forecast and our fiscal analysis as well.
So you're saying you disagree with Mr. Frick's statement?
I certainly never would disagree with Mr. Frick.
What's that?
So you open with the statement, it's going to take some existing customers, but also bring in some new. Some existing customers would use it, but it would also bring in new, I think was the testimony when you started.
No, I think it's overwhelmingly
It's only going to be all new customers.
I think it's overwhelmingly going to be. I think it's overwhelmingly going to be new customers. It's going to be young people a lot of times that don't use cash, they don't do what I do and poke my head into the 7-Eleven a couple times a day. So I think it's going to be new customers, digitally savvy customers, and certainly a lot of folks that are already using places like DraftKings to have some recreational gaming.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for this panel? All right, seeing none, thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Delegate. We do have a number of individuals testifying in opposition. If they can come on up as I call their names, we have William Hinman, Sarah Price, Kirk Cawley, Blair Ennis, and Steve Wise. And someone can go ahead and start.
Okay, I'll go ahead and start. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Steve Wise here on behalf of the Maryland State Licensed Beverage Association. So these are the alcohol retailers across the state. I think some of the questions have alluded to our concerns, which is principally that this will remove foot traffic from stores. So while you may get some increase on sales potentially, consider what you're losing, which is lottery sales in the brick and mortar stores, as well as sales, and in our case, the alcoholic beverage sales tax, which of course is at 9%. The other concern we have is if you read the bill, there's nothing that prohibits this courier service from sort of locking in with one or two large retailers, so, or even potentially creating their own licensed agent. There's some protections in there, but I don't think they go far enough. Larger retailers could also be convinced or may offer, depending on the amount of dollars at stake, to perhaps share their lottery commission with the courier in exchange for directing all their business their way. And that really is not how our lottery systems work. It's the lottery, by the way, has seen increasing revenue every year until last year. That's the first time. It's been a very solid revenue source with the way you have it set up now. So I think any changes should be entered into very, very deliberately and carefully. Thank you very much.
Want me to go next? Okay, I'll go next. Good afternoon, Chairperson Wilkins and members of the committee. My name is Will Hinman, and I'm the peer supervisor at the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling. I come before you today to oppose House Bill 371 as a person in long-term recovery from a gambling disorder whose family was negatively impacted by my gambling. I also assist Maryland residents whose lives have been negatively impacted by gambling, and this includes lottery games. We need to think about who this bill would attract. My thinking is that it would attract a younger demographic of gamblers who don't have transportation or who have impulsive tendencies, because we know the brain is not fully developed until the age of 25. It would also attract others at high risk who don't have transportation for economic reasons because they have disabilities, seniors who no longer drive, and those who already have a gambling problem, who may have already bought their tickets from a retailer earlier, but maybe want to buy more tickets because they have a gambling problem. Sure, it would attract some who do not gamble problematically, but aren't these people perfectly capable of purchasing them from a physical location? Also, think about the delivery fee. Wouldn't that most likely attract people that have problems? Because I know I wouldn't want to pay the amount of a lottery ticket for the delivery fee if there is one. We also know there would be aggressive marketing and advertising, as just mentioned, to attract new players. My question is, do we want to attract a younger demographic of gamblers? Do we want to enable those who are at high risk to be attracted to a new form of gambling or increased access? Sure, it would generate revenue, but there would also be economic costs and additional negative gambling-related consequences to people's lives. Whenever we increase access to any form of gambling, there are always negative consequences. Therefore, I strongly urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and honorable committee members. Sarah Price here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. So the lottery agents in our membership are typically in grocery and convenience store settings. So if we take Bill at his word and agree that there are not going to be any cannibalizations of the existing lottery customers, I do think that we still have some long-term consequences to be concerned about. As not only the younger generations, but people at large continue to get more and more used to and prefer the convenience and instant gratification of doing things on their phones, we're not only going to lose the customers who are currently in the 18 to 25 range, who are already not engaging in lottery, already not coming to our stores. They are going to get older, and the next generation is going to play on their phone, and the next generation is going to play on their phone, and we are going to lose out on entire swaths of customers who are never going to come into our stores. In convenience store settings, lottery sales make up about 10% of their overall sales, and 95% of lottery sales include other incidental purchases. So this is going to have a major impact on our operations should we lose all of those customers. I would frankly be remiss if I didn't also observe the other areas in which convenience stores are typically targeted through legislation, whether we're talking about tobacco sale legislation that we see every year at the state and county level, or talking about the expansion statewide of access to electric vehicles and chargers. In the long term, we are looking at continued losses from a wide variety of the services and products that we offer. So with the current bill on the table, we would urge an unfavorable vote. Thank you.
And my name is Kurt McCauley, Chairman, members of the committee. I represent convenience stores, service stations in the state of Maryland, nonprofit corporation since 1937. The 4,400 lottery agents in Maryland, give or take a few, I'm not sure if that figure is exactly accurate, but 4,400 agents depend on that revenue from lottery. They dedicate a space in their store to sell tickets. They dedicate an employee to work on that machine. I'm not convinced that the people that come in our convenience stores are not going to be affected by this. The other products that they buy, like it's already been heard here, they definitely come in, they buy their cigarettes if they're a smoker, they buy their Cokes, they buy their maybe a sub, maybe it's a quart of milk and a loaf of bread. In some areas of the state where there's food deserts, our convenience stores are the only place where someone can get something to eat. The only place they can go buy a bottle of Tylenol at night if they got a headache or their kid's sick. And the profit they make off the lottery keeps a lot of them stores open because it's very marginal in some of the areas that you deal with. But the integrity of our lottery system is everything. In the last 2 years, the last year was a little down, but it was still in 2 years over $1 billion in lottery sales went to the state. 6 something 1 year, 6 something the next year. But and to change it wouldn't be good. It just wouldn't be good for retailers at all. Jack Pocket, state of Texas banned third-party couriers, and the store that was selling them tickets for what they got banned for was owned by Jackpot. So please give HB 371 an unfavorable report.
Good afternoon. My name is Blair Innes. I'm here representing the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling in opposition to House Bill 371. You may know that every other year the center conducts a gambling prevalence study, and every year that study has ever been conducted in Maryland, the lottery has been the most played type of gambling. The most recent study from 2024, 89.8% of Maryland adults self-reported ever playing a lottery game, and 78.3% of Maryland adults who qualified as disordered gamblers self-reported playing the lottery in the past 12 months. The lottery is an addictive form of gambling. We agree, at the center, we agree that this bill will bring a new group of players to gambling. The average age right now of a person who plays the lottery in Maryland is around 55 and older, based on the Maryland prevalence study, and we know that this report, or that this bill would bring that down to the 18 to 35-ish range. So the center, our stance is quite simple. We do not support expanding the gambling player base, and we request an unfavorable report. Thank you.
And maybe Mr. McCauley or Ms. Feeney or Ms. Price could answer this. The commissions that the retailers get, you know, that's been a subject of sort of bouncing back and forth over the years. What's that percentage? You heard a question to some of the proponents of the bill before to get a sense of that. What's the percentage that your members get now for their commissions?
5.5%.
And is that consistent with the kind of the arrangements or the regulations with that in the past, or had we reduced that and never returned it back?
It got reduced and never got returned back. Actually, in, I believe it was 2014, they made an arrangement for it to go to 6%, which it never did when the casinos opened. And then the budget bill, I believe, took a 0.25% last year. Budget bill took 0.25% back off of last year. So
just last year. So last year you were, is that, am I doing my math right? Well, last year were you at 5.75 and now you went back to 5.5?
Right.
Okay. And so you've already suffered some form of loss in those commissions because you're getting less of the overall pie, even without the introduction of more competition.
Yeah, we seem to be an easy target for when they need money. It's just so it's
You have any rough idea? I mean, I can figure this out. I'm not trying to quiz you. You have any rough idea what the net fiscal effect of that was estimated to be to your industry? The bad for you, the good for the state coffers, changing that 0.25%?
No, I don't remember.
Okay.
We had that figure at the time we were doing it, but I don't remember.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for this panel? Thank you all. We've got one more witness, Mike.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, member of the House Ways and Means Committee. For the record, my name is Mike O'Halloran. I'm here today on behalf of the Mid-Atlantic Petroleum Distributors Association, which also represents convenience store owners and operators throughout the state of Maryland. Obviously, I certainly endorse the comments from the previous panel about the impact to the traditional brick and mortar lottery agents. You know, not just are we concerned about the potential cannibalization of our lottery sales, to the point that Ms. Price from the Retailers Alliance made about, you know, the whole basket value. And I think that does play into, if we're having a discussion about revenue, some of the revenues that the state realizes that we supply. Sales tax, motor fuel tax, things of that nature. You know, and on the subject of cannibalization, you know, there was a quote from the proponents talking about, you know, the Connecticut Gaming Administrator saying, you know, hey, it's pretty conclusive that gaming revenues have gone up. Of course they have. Of course they have. Because it's expanding gaming. Our point is that it's expanding gaming to the detriment of retailers. Retailers that have traditionally been here in the state of Maryland as the primary conduit for the lottery. And as you also heard from the panel of opponents before me, is we've been doing a pretty daggone good job of it. And we like to maintain that relationship. And on the subject of the lottery administration, our good friends there, we have great working relationship with them. But, I think there are also some concerns with, whether or not this can be stood up, the amount of time it'll take to stand this up. And I bring that up to talk about, the revenue and the need for, we're talking about gambling, right? The need for a quick fix on money getting into the state coffers. I even question the fiscal effect in the fiscal note. Right now we're still waiting for a subscriptions bill that this committee passed last year, as well as whether or not the vendor for the state's lottery program will get sorted out. But we do have concerns and certainly look to work with the committee if they'd like to move forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Mr. O'Halloran? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the hearing on House Bill 371. And next up is House Bill 472. So if my sponsor panel can come up, I will come join you. And Delegate Patterson, if you can chair for us.
The sponsor up next after this. Yeah, I think you guys are up next. This one's caught. Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. For the record, I'm Delegate Jessica Feldmark, and it is my pleasure to present House Bill 472 to extend the sunset on the theatrical production tax credit. Maryland's theatrical performance industry plays an important role not only in our state's cultural life, but also in growing our economy. Theatrical productions generate employment for performers, stagehands, designers, technicians, and more. They also bring significant support to countless local businesses, such as hotels, restaurants, and equipment vendors. The existing tax credit has helped attract major productions to Maryland, strengthening local economies and supporting creative professionals. However, without extending this program, Maryland risks losing this momentum at a time when competition from other states continues to intensify. The theatrical production tax credit, which is a refundable income tax credit equal to 25% of the qualified theatrical production costs incurred in Maryland, allows the state to attract national touring productions, including pre-Broadway productions and large-scale touring shows. To ensure meaningful economic impact, productions must incur at least $100,000 in direct Maryland-based costs, ensuring that this incentive targets substantial economic activity that benefits Maryland workers and businesses. The existing tax credit program has seen a strong return on investment through its generation of increased economic activity, workforce income, and tax revenue. House Bill 472 would extend the existing tax credit for an additional 5 years to sunset in 2032. This extension is critical because theatrical productions require long-term planning, multi-year budgeting, and advanced booking commitments. Without certainty that this credit will remain available, production companies may be reluctant to schedule future projects in Maryland, opting instead for states with more stable and predictable incentive programs. Extending this tax credit provides the consistency needed to sustain the industry investment, preserve jobs, and maintain Maryland's competitiveness in the national theater market. Thank you for your consideration, and I respectfully request a favorable report.
My name is Ron Legler, and I am the president of the France Merrick Performing Arts Center, home of the historic Hippodrome Theater. I just want to talk to you a little bit about the momentum that we have. The wonderful thing about this tax credit is we're able to tell everyone's story. We launched The Wiz, which was so wonderful. We launched the Phantom of the Opera. We actually brought Phantom of the Opera back to the United States. It had closed in the United States, and this brand new production was absolutely incredible. We welcomed Andrew Lloyd Webber and Cameron McIntosh to our city and to our state, and the show was there for 6 weeks. Everyone got to stay in hotels and eat local food and enjoy everything that our state has to offer. Only 9% of our audiences come from the city of Baltimore. We are in every single county in Maryland, and we are the only theatrical house that does Broadway, and we are owned by the state of Maryland. So I just want to say thank you to the delegate and to Senator Gazzoni for continuing to support this. We are here for everyone. We had over 300,000 people visit. Phantom of the Opera sold out in 1.5 hours, the entire production. So it is live. We are doing it. We've not spent one penny. And 6 of the 7 shows that have come from Maryland. So both companies, Crossroads and Networks, are both in Maryland, one in Roxville and one in Columbia. So this is a really homegrown tax credit, and it is getting used perfectly. So I just want to thank everyone, and happy Arts Day in the state of Maryland as well.
That's a great day. Great day. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, honorable members of the committee. My name is Corey Pryor. I'm an executive producer from Crossroads Live, one of the companies that was just previously mentioned. We are a full-service Broadway touring company, so we produce, general manage, production manage, book, and market Broadway tours. We are Maryland-based. We are in Rockville, along with our colleagues at Networks, who are based in Columbia, Maryland. Crossroads Live recently used the Maryland Theatrical Tax Credit Program for our production of Annie, which occurred at the Hippodrome Theater. It proved to be a wonderful location for the tech and rehearsal of our production. The Hippodrome welcomed a touring company of over 100 people for over 3 weeks, which provided a boost to the local economy. The production personnel infused the area with over 1,000 hotel nights, car rentals, and approximately $86,000 in per diem, which was spent on shopping, dining, and local establishments. The production employed over 70 local stagehands, local venue staff, and box office staff. The production capitalization was $3 million, and approximately $1 million of that was eligible for tax incentives. Annie grossed over $1.1 million for 8 performances, and I will have to say that the decision to do our rehearsals and our tech here in Maryland was based on the fact that we had access to this theatrical tax credit. That is absolutely a consideration for us when we determine where we are going to rehearse and tech a show. And because of this tax credit, we were able to do that here in the state, which was absolutely a benefit to us and to the people of Maryland. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Donna Edwards. I'm president of the Maryland State and DC AFL-CIO. I'd like to mention that I share my time between Baltimore and Cumberland, and both of my delegates are right here. I appreciate it. This is really an important extension. We need to do this. And it's not only, the arts are so important at a time like this, and this credit has really been able to build up our theatrical productions. All along the East Coast, we are competing, of course, with New York City, of course, with DC, but we have Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Connecticut. They are all using these tax credits to lure theatrical productions. We need to do that. Behind me are some of our best crew for the theater that you could have. Maryland has been known as the top in providing for our stagehands, our musicians, our carpenters, our people who build these stages, as well as the wardrobe and the hair, and you even have the box office. These are good jobs. They're not seasonal jobs, especially, and I'm so glad that the producer mentioned rehearsals, because this isn't always about just having the production. It's about also where they choose to do the rehearsals that they are going to go on the stage with and on the road with. So this is so important that for us to keep. And also this tax credit, I would ask you to look at this tax credit as well as the film tax credit. They are the most transparent, they are the most accountable of all the tax credits you give to businesses. So for all of those reasons, I ask for a favorable report on HB 472.
All right, thank you very much, Delegate Delmark and sponsors for your advocacy. I have a question. I note that in the legislation, it is for for-profit organizations or theatrical groups. Are there any incentives for nonprofits or community groups? Because I know, I will put a plug in for my county. We have Port Tobacco Players in Charles County, and they struggle each year to be productive. And certainly, when we look at what's occurring with Washington, D.C. productions, I'm surmising that there will be greater demand to have local or traveling productions for the citizens to enjoy.
Yeah, this credit specifically is trying to lure in the Broadway industry. So this credit is about, it has a lot of stipulations with it. So you actually have to go on tour. You have to be a theater that fits over 2,000 people. It has to go to 4 different cities or New York within a year. So there is stipulations of this, and it was really earmarked to get that Broadway audience in, because we have 2 companies in Maryland that create 70% of all Broadway tours. So the good thing about when they do these in Rockland or in Columbia, they get to go home, and they're paying their mortgages here, they're eating here. We love local theater. We're right next to Everyman and Center Stage, and we support them with the new M&T Bank Exchange, which is also owned by the state. But this particular tax credit really earmarks a Broadway national tour to go out, start in Maryland, and then let the rest of the world see it from then.
Absolutely.
And if I can just add to that, Delegate, I think, you know, while this tax credit is focused on the large productions, the for-profit productions, it's also about growing sort of an ecosystem for the arts, right? And it may be one of these performances that helps grow the audience for our local theaters also, you know, for our community theaters. It may be one of these performances that inspires a young person to get involved in theater, you know, and so I do think there's benefit to the nonprofit community theaters as well, because you're just growing that whole ecosystem.
Thank you very much. That's a very good point, because we've had some local young folks who've aspired and gone on to Broadway. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions of my colleagues? If not, thank you very much, Delegate Velmark, for House Bill 472.
I believe we have one more witness.
Do we have another witness?
Yes. I believe, yes.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and House Committee members. My name is Michael Mixter, business agent for IATSE Local 19. We represent the stagehands, technicians, craftspeople who make live entertainment happen here in Maryland. I'm here today to strongly support House Bill 472, which extends our vital theatrical production tax credit. Since this tax credit has been in place over the past 2 years, the results have been transformative. We've seen approximately 40% increase in wages for our house heads and assistants, the essential workers who rig lights, build sets, and keep running the shows running smoothly. More productions mean more jobs and better pay, putting real money in the families' pockets. During these tough economic times that were rising costs everywhere. Beyond the wages, the credit has brought slower, more methodical productions that give our union time to train younger and newer members. In our fast-paced industry, this hands-on mentorship is gold. It builds skills, creates paths, and strengthens Maryland's talent pool for the long term. I've watched apprentices grow into confident pros thanks to this stability. At home, this increased work means food on the dinner table for our members, your neighbors in Maryland, and across the state. Without extending the tax credit, we risk losing projects to other states and leaving hardworking families struggling. House Bill 472 is a smart investment, drives jobs, revenue, tourism, and keeps Maryland dollars here in Maryland. Extending this credit is vital to our community. It's about opportunity and growth. I urge you to pass House Bill 472. Thank you for your time, and I'm open to any questions. Thank you.
The question of Delegate Ebersol.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Had a wonderful, no, it's true, Speaker might be a little over. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, well, I think she's capable, I had a wonderful experience at the Hippodrome where I learned that because of this, and I got in just a minute late, so if you brought this up already, I apologize. The committee, you can dismiss me. They do a lot of the construction of sets for shows that are going to go around the country at the Hippodrome or in that area, and that's largely because they can. The show ends up starting, I think it was, the show I went to see was Gatsby, the musical, actually, and they said there's a lot of jobs provided by that. I think that's something we don't think about. Just you attract shows in, which is a lot, but this is actually sort of a kickoff, if you will. And so it's not really a question. I just wanted to make sure. I was very impressed by that concept that Baltimore is where everybody comes to kind of get shows started for many of these traveling sort of Broadway shows. Yeah. Isn't that so? Sorry, I'm done.
It is. I mean, I think that's exactly why this tax credit is so important, because it gives us the ability to attract that level of production, and that's where we see so many of the jobs that you just heard about. Right? So.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments, Delegate Ebersol. Anyone else? Thank you very much for the presentation, and this does conclude House Bill 472.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. While the chair is returning, why don't we have Delegate Chang, House Bill 400, please come forward with your panel. This is Biotechnology Investment Incentive Tax Credit Conversion to a Grant Program.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and members of the Ways and Means Committee. My name is Mark Chang, member of the Maryland House Delegates, District 32. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present House Bill 400, Biotechnology Investment Incentive Tax Credit Conversion to Grant Program. House Bill 400 represents a practical modernization of Maryland's biotechnological investment incentive program by converting the existing tax credit into a grant-based structure. While the BITC has long been a valuable signal of the state's commitment to life sciences and the early stage of innovation, its current form creates unnecessary friction, particularly for individual investors, limiting its effectiveness as a capital attraction tool. Under the existing model, individual investors must navigate the Maryland tax system to realize the benefit of the credit. In practice, this can be challenging and in some cases discouraging. Investors may lack sufficient state tax liability, face administrative complexity, or simply delay or forego claiming the credit altogether. As a result, the incentive often fails to function as intended. A clear, timely inducement to investment in Maryland-based biotechnology companies. House Bill 400 addresses this problem directly by converting the incentive into a grant awarded to the qualifying entity. This change allows the recipient entity to collect the funds and distribute them to investors in a predictable and straightforward manner. By removing the dependence on individual tax filings, the bill ensures that the economic benefit of the program actually reaches investors and supports capital formation when it matters most, at the point of investment decision-making. This structural improvement also enhances Maryland's competitiveness in attracting venture capital. Venture firms prioritize certainty, simplicity, and speed. A grant-based incentive that can be reliably incorporated into investment models is significantly more attractive than a tax credit whose value depends on individual investor circumstances and tax timing. By improving the performance and usability of the BITC, House Bill 400 makes it easier for venture capital funds to market Maryland as a favorable destination for biotech investment. Moreover, converting the program to a grant allows for clear oversight, performance measurement, and alignment with the state's broader economic development goals. Grant programs offer greater transparency and accountability, enabling policymakers to better evaluate outcomes such as job creation, company growth, and long-term ecosystem development. In short, House Bill 400 does not abandon Maryland's commitment to supporting biotechnology investment. It strengthens it by replacing an administratively burdensome tax credit with a more effective and investor-friendly grant structure. This bill that ensures that public resources are deployed more efficiently, private capital is more easily mobilized, and Maryland remains competitive in the race for life sciences, innovation, and venture investment. For all those reasons, we ask for a favorable report on House Bill 400. Thank you.
All right. Hi, my name is Deborah Hemingway. I'm a PhD biophysicist, graduate of the University of Maryland College Park, and I'm the founder and managing partner of EC4 Capital, Maryland's premier medtech venture capital firm. We're a Baltimore-based firm focused on financially supporting biotech and medical device companies here in Maryland. I'm here in support of the bill, which would convert the Biotechnology Investment Incentive Tax Credit Program, or the BITC, into a grant program, streamlining the process and making the program more accessible to investors. Because Maryland has extraordinary scientific talent, we are home to world-renowned academic and government medical research institutions, including NIH, FDA, Johns Hopkins, University of Maryland, and many others, who are leading national and international research, and they're here in our state. Yet historically, we've lacked the sufficient early-stage capital that's needed to turn these scientific generated IP at these prestigious institutions into companies that stay here and create jobs, economic growth, and a long-term tax base. The current tax structure has been helpful, but in practice, it's overly burdensome and hinders participation from the very investors and startups we're trying to attract and remain in our state. A simplified grant structure, such as what this bill proposes, solves this problem directly by streamlining the BITC process and making the program easier to both access and use. From my direct experience investing in 16 Maryland-based companies, I can attest to the fact that capital determines where companies locate, where they hire, and where they grow. Converting this program to a grant will attract outside capital, accelerate company formation, and strengthen Maryland's innovation economy. So I respectfully urge a favorable report on House Bill 400. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Tom Cole, on behalf of EC4 Capital. I just want to note this bill is the result of 3 years of negotiations with the Comptroller's Office about how to improve the deployment of the BITC. There was a lot of discussion about making the BITC collectible at the award level, so Commerce awards the BITC to the entity, and we were trying to set it up so the entity could receive the tax credit and distribute it to investors. And the Comptroller's Office helped us figure out that by converting it to a grant, we could actually do that. Because what Dr. Hemingway did not say, which I will say for her, is she is Maryland's ambassador across the country. She is finding investment for Maryland biotechnology companies to bring back to Maryland and grow companies here. Also, there is no fiscal impact for this bill. The BITC is already funded to the tune of $12 million in the governor's budget. We will note that the way this bill is drafted has it at $10 million. We were told in the Senate that that is the maximum that a grant program can be mandated at, but to the extent you're evaluating, and it can be at $12 million, that would be our preference. But nevertheless, I do want to thank the Comptroller's Office, thank Delegate Chang and Senator Bidel across the street for helping us reach this negotiated resolution, because it is really just about empowering people like Dr. Hemingway to make sure we can have the most amount of money come back to Maryland's biotech companies. Thank you.
Okay, Delegate Buckle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had one question, Delegate Chang or whoever can answer it. I'm pretty sure I know the answer. I just want to make sure. A few years ago, under the BITC auspices, we created some carve-outs, some additional incentivization so that investors would get higher tax credit returns on investment. if it was done in counties like my own, some counties on the Eastern Shore, or in RISE zones, because we wanted to acknowledge that not everything is equal, and so we want biotech everywhere. I want biotech from Oakland to Crisfield, and because it's such a great industry for the state. That's still in the grant program, so they could just get a higher grant or a higher percentage of their investment recouped through the grant. It doesn't change that application at all.
That is, I'm sorry, Delegate. That is retained.
Great.
Yeah,
Perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. And I would also say this, Delegate Buckle, thanks for the question. Also, with the grant program, it would make it a lot easier for the companies who are making those investments, a lot easier for them to receive that grant, because it makes it a lot more clear. And, you know, from our understanding that right now the current process is that with the there's a lot of administrative hurdles and also uncertainties, but with the grant process, it makes it a lot more cleaner and clear.
You get it right up front. You don't have to worry about sort of the calculations of things. And for this particular, I think that's a fine idea. I just want to make sure that I don't want to call them preferences, but the additional incentivization that we put in the bill for places that don't have a lot of this, and then the RISE zone, we want them in university communities, that stays in. So very, very supportive of it.
Absolutely. And I think also too, when word gets out on the street that if it does become a grant program, I think that helps to attract even additional more venture capitalists and other types of organizations out there. And as Tom mentioned, that, you know, Dr. Hemingway's been really a champion of this program, and we had an opportunity to actually visit her offices over in Baltimore, Old City Garage that was converted into a hub, but just really a life science hub. And I think we can be able to attract more of those outside entities into our state.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Roberson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for this bill. This is just a passion of mine personally, professionally as well, just because I've looked at, for instance, there's legislation, well, congressionally, there are, they have loan programs, but no grant opportunities, especially for our universities. I think Delegate Buckle was kind of honing in on this, was that now our universities will be able to tap into this because it's now a grant program versus a tax credit for our state institutions. They can't necessarily take out a line of credit and take out get a tax credit for these programs. Am I correct? So that would actually allow them to be able to enter into this program in this space?
Delegate Mayor. So, Delegate, the way that this is structured is that it is an investment incentive program. So, to the extent the university is investing itself into biotech, yes, it would be able to participate. But it is an enticement to draw those dollars in, because what Dr. Hemingway and other similarly situated venture capital firms do is they're investing money in firms that might not otherwise have those investments, but for this incentive to invest. But absolutely, they would be able to participate so long as they meet the other criteria of the grant program.
Right, and what I'm honing in on is, for instance, University of Illinois has the IFAB program where they have Cargill and ADM come in, and they're actually allowing for those startups to come in and partner with the university, along with these larger companies come in, and they invest in these smaller companies who don't necessarily have the capital. And so they're allowed to do these testing pilot programs there at the university. They partner together, access these grant funds that they necessarily wouldn't be able to access because they're private entities. So but in Maryland's case, we're doing tax credits, but in this case, we could find partnerships between Eastern Shore, which is right there, ag country right there, Salisbury University and the like, can now tap into these opportunities to grow necessarily those that are out there in our rural areas as well, is what I'm trying to point to. And I also see the innovation part of it as well, where we can actually grow this industry, becoming a leader, especially on the eastern border in particular, and not necessarily deferring to our rural states when it comes to this technology. Am I correct?
Absolutely, and I will just note, because of all that you've described, that at $12 million, this program, compared to all of our peer states, is much smaller. So to the extent that we can grow it and make it more available, this past fiscal year, we exhausted the BITSI. And so yes to everything you're saying, but as we want more participants and those universities to participate, it's not going to help if the teller is empty.
No, I appreciate that because there was just a briefing today from the House Ag Committee from Congress just talking about the innovation and what they're trying to invest into the biopreferred program at USDA and Natural Resources program. And so would love to continue to work, especially rural development department and what they're trying to do in this space. And I think this is an opportunity for us to capitalize on the $10 million that we're doing and see where USDA can meet us at so we can continue to make this a robust program that is so often overlooked. So I really appreciate you, Delegate Chang, for bringing the bill and look forward to working with you all to get this across the finish line. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there any expansion of the located areas or as far as establishing more of a tech corridor, or is it still just confined to the enterprise or the specific counties with the bill?
Delegate Mayor? So this is a very simple bill. This does not expand that. I do understand the Decade Act, which is coming back before you all again, addresses more of that. But we just had a specific problem that we were working with Delegate Chang to solve, and that is just the administration of this program. So all of this does is it changes that, makes it a more efficient and effective program. But in terms of expanding that, I believe the governor is taking that on in the administration's bill, the Decade Act.
Excellent. Thank you. I look forward to that.
Okay, seeing no other questions for this panel, thank you, Delegate Chang, for the bill. Thank you for your testimony. We do have two more witnesses signed up, Kelly Schultz and Andrew Zirkle.
Andrew left the house. He's on his way to another committee, so it's just me. So sorry about that. Madam Chair, thank you so much for having me here today. Kelly Schultz on behalf of the Maryland Tech Council. I would just like to say thank you to Delegate Chang for bringing about this bill. A little historical fact, when I was at the Department of Commerce, the BITSI program is one of the best subscribed. Our biotech life science community continues to grow and to prosper. And we were so excited that that program is so helpful. And then you realize how hard it is to be a part of that program. And so looking at it from the perspective of the investors and the small businesses that are really the ones that should be taking advantage of this within that life science and biotech sector, making it a grant program solves so many of the problems that we heard about while I was at Commerce. And now that I am within that life science community, externally. The program that Dr. Hemingway runs, it's really great to see her. She's a great member also of the Maryland Tech Council. I'll just put a little plug in that, Deb, for us here. But it's wonderful to see the incubators and the investors that are kind of really gathering these small businesses and helping to create what they can do throughout their life cycle. The hardest part of their life cycle, without a question of a doubt, to the delegates' concern up here, is that startup. So being able to have that grant funding up front really helps just to even pay rent or make payroll in some years at some points in time during their life cycle. So this is a hugely important investment tool for the state to be able to use in order to maintain our competitiveness as the third largest biotech ecosystem in the country. So I support House Bill 400, and I hope you all do too. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. And that concludes our hearing on House Bill 400. Next up, we will hear House Bill 500. Delegate Hartman.
Madam Chair, can I bring my first panel up?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
It's going to be Mark Stover, Ed Hammond, Sammy Mangles, and Matthew Cortez.
Who's going to be second? So Sammy's going to be second. So it's called second. Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the House Ways and Means Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Hartman, here to present House Bill 500, Sales and Use Tax Precious Metal Bullion or coin exemption, and of course, asking for a favorable report. The purpose of the legislation is very much like the title, is to exempt the sale of precious metal bullion or coins from the sales and use tax. If you remember back during last year, the BRFA included, this was added as a new tax. Referring to last year, our chair always asked, what is bullion? So I made it's a little cartoonish, but the poster there helped try to give you a visual as to what it is. Actually was able to borrow a small piece of silver bullion. This is a 5-ounce silver bar, and then bullion coin, silver American Eagle. So this is what we're referring to. So obviously, this is not something that has a real use. It's just a commodity, and that's why I think taxing this was wrong, and you'll hear a lot more reasons as to why. Our neighboring states, Delaware, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, do not tax the sale of precious metal or bullion coin. Virginia does not tax any sale over $1,000. Overall, 44 states do not have a tax on bullion. Coin shops and jewelry stores in Maryland are not only losing out on bullion sales, but reduced foot traffic has also sparked a decline in the sale of other taxable merchandise. And you'll, again, hear more on this later. A Salisbury store that I'm familiar with actually leased office space to conduct sales from their Salisbury store in Delaware. And not only are they conducting sales of bullion there, but if there's a large purchase, the opportunity for somebody to go there, accept their jewelry, which would have been taxed, is now providing a way for that to be not taxed. So again, further, noting flaws in the fiscal note. So speaking of the fiscal note, the fiscal note on this is $2.8 million. The comptroller was here. I asked her if there was a separate tax code, and her reply back was, currently the Office of the Comptroller is unable to provide a specific dollar figure on revenue solely attributable to bullion or coin sales, as these transactions are not tracked as a separate line item on the sales and use tax return. So then I went to DOS, the person who wrote the fiscal note, and they said the estimate for this year's bill is based on the BRFA fiscal note. So 2.8 million is about 48 million in sales. If there was 47 or 48 million dollars in sales of gold and silver bullion in the previous year, I can assure you, since this is passed, that's not the case. I was able to find a fiscal note from, I believe it was Tennessee, back in 2022. They put the fiscal note for the loss of revenue at $360,000. They didn't go further to talk about other things that actually make the fiscal note a plus, whereas it's actually a revenue generator. Michigan did a great job. There was a evaluation there 12 years after Michigan exempted the sales tax on bullion and coin. There was a study done there. In those 12 years, they saw an increase in the number of coin businesses in Michigan go up 150 from 210 to 360. They saw an increase in the number of jobs in Michigan related to coin shops, bullion sales from 450 to over 1,050. Annual sales in this area went from 54 million to 370 million. The study goes on further to show the increased sales tax from the greater sales of merchandise sold by coin dealers, as I mentioned, the other merchandise in the stores. That was over 700,000 increased sales tax from increased hospitality industry, because coin shows are a big thing, but when you have a state that taxes bullion and coin, you don't have coin shows. You lose out on the hotel nights, you lose out on the restaurants, you lose out on all the revenue that goes along with it. Of course, additional sales tax from coin industry employment and increased individual income tax from coin industry employment itself, payroll tax. The fiscal note was actually positive of almost $2 million. So I think our fiscal note is greatly flawed, and I know the Senate is very interested in passing this bill and trying to do some research to get the fiscal note more realistic. I've had an email from somebody say that when they heard of the bill, they said, this is so serious, the threat, that I was planning to move transactions of high value to Selbyville or New Church, Virginia, in order to avoid the tax requirement. causing hassle and discouragement to potential customers. Other written testimony that you have, I want you to just highlight some of the things. Since that change in July, I have yet to see a Maryland customer. I'm talking with fellow dealers in adjacent states, and they're saying Maryland has given them the best jobs growth that they've ever had. Their sales are up multiple fold. So I really encourage you to look at the testimony that's provided. Another one saying, as a coin show promoter, I've had to abandon my plan to grow our current one-day show. So it's having a real impact. We have a panel here and another panel that's going to really elaborate further as to what that impact is. So if you guys want to start.
I'll go ahead and start. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mark Stover. I own and operate Crown Jewel Coins and Currencies. I am also the Outreach and Communications Director for the Sound Money Association of Maryland, a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization. I'm here to sound the alarm that the coin and bullion business in Maryland is suffering. The recent 6% sales tax has been devastating throughout the entire state. Many coin dealers report upwards to 80% decline in retail sales. These sales are fleeing to neighboring non-tax states. It is safe to say that this tax is the poster child for the law of unintended consequences. It is proving to be a triple lose. Maryland, I believe, is losing tax revenue. Coin dealers are unable to compete. Maryland residents have been forced to travel out of state or quit altogether investing in coins and bullion. We have an opportunity here today. We can turn this into a golden opportunity for all Marylanders. There is a winning choice we can make. Remove the tax entirely. Instead of the $1 to $1,000, let's go 0 and up. No more regressive tax, even on the economically less fortunate members of Maryland, because that's what the $1 to $1,000 affected mostly. I challenge each person in this room to ask themselves this question. If you were planning on purchasing $10,000 worth of gold or coins today, would you spend $600 more of your money, or would you drive 1 hour to an adjacent state? We started. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sammy, and I'm speaking on behalf of Golden Eagle Coins in Laurel, Maryland. We are a multi-generational, family-owned Maryland business that has operated for over 50 years. We are proud to be the largest coin shop in the state. I personally have been in the business my entire life. I grew up at the Golden Eagle. I've watched the same customers walk through our doors every week, every month for decades. Many of them consistently purchasing at least $1,000 at a time in bullion. Some of these relationships go back far over 30 years. Since the tax on precious metals took effect on July 1st, 2025, these familiar faces have disappeared. And I know they didn't stop buying. Demand for precious metals has not declined. They have simply taken their business elsewhere. Our showroom sales are down 72% compared to last year. Meanwhile, dealers in bordering states are seeing record sales. The business did not vanish, it simply crossed state lines. Prior to this tax, customers traveled from across the country to visit our Maryland showroom. Those visitors supported hotels, restaurants, gas stations, and other local businesses. That economic activity is now leaving Maryland. Precious metals are not a luxury item for our customers. They are a way to save and preserve the value of their hard-earned money. This is not a tax on consumption. This is a tax on savings. The impact is real. We have had to cut hours for our dedicated long-term employees, people who have helped build our business over many years. This is directly affecting Maryland families. House Bill 500 would restore competitiveness, protect local jobs, and keep Maryland businesses and customers from being pushed across state lines. We respectfully ask this committee to pass HB 500 and keep Maryland commerce, jobs, and families here at home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. My name is Edward Hammond. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. A little over 2 years ago, I bought a commercial building in Snow Hill, the county seat of Worcester County, in order to open a coin shop. So far, I've invested $300,000 in bringing that building up to standard to be able to operate my business. Last year, when kind of out of the blue, I think to most of us, that exemption was eliminated, my entire business plan was thrown into potential collapse. I've been a coin dealer for 10 years, and I've worked from Maine to West Texas. And I know my customers, and I know that my customers will not pay this tax. They will vote with their feet, and they will go to other states in order to do the transactions for the reasons that we've already heard. Now, you may say, well, maybe as a coin dealer, you might be able to eat that 6% and somehow make it work. Particularly with bullion sales, that may be the entire margin or more. So we can't do that. I can't do that. It's not an option. So I think the situation that I see shaping up is that the state's not going to get revenue because the business is already leaving and going elsewhere. And the reduced foot traffic going into my store will limit my ability to hire help. My natural catchment area would include the Delaware beaches, Chincoteague, parts of Virginia. Those people are certainly not going to come to me now because my prices are going to be higher. Given that there's no significant revenue, I believe, that will be generated for the state of Maryland by this, and given the harm to the business development, I would urge you to pass this bill to eliminate this tax and allow us to compete and succeed.
Madam Chair and the rest of the committee, and Delegate Hartman, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Matthew Cortez. I'm with the Sound Money Defense League. We are a national grassroots public policy group with supporters in every state, including Maryland. Over the past 14 years, we have worked to enact pro-gold and silver legislation in dozens of states. Currently, as Delegate Hartman noted, there are 44 states that do exempt this precious metals from their sales tax. Maryland's neighboring states, Delaware, Virginia, West Virginia, and Pennsylvania, are all included in that. I also just want to reiterate that there is no sales tax on other types of investments in Maryland. So if a Maryland citizen were to purchase stocks, bonds, crypto, or ETFs, there would be no sales tax, versus when they do purchase gold and silver, there is a sales tax. Passing this measure would restore the parity between gold and silver and these other assets. It's also, like our colleagues down here mentioned earlier, it's also super harmful to small-time savers. That threshold exemption of $1,000 was something that did limit a lot of small-time investors who were really just looking to hedge against inflation. Delegate Hartman also noted the fiscal note concern that was on the Senate side. We did provide that Tennessee fiscal note that, as he mentioned, is closer to about $360,000 rather than $2.8 million. We also have fiscal notes from other states like Arkansas or Connecticut, both of which did recently pass this measure that are closer to Tennessee's estimated total of about $360,000 versus Maryland's $2.8 million. And just to touch on something I mentioned earlier, 44 states have already passed this exemption in some form. This is not a partisan issue. It's more a constituent issue. Again, thank you for the opportunity, and if you have any questions, I'd love to answer them.
Okay, thank you. See a question from Delegate Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for bringing forth this bill. Anybody can answer this, but probably to focus on Mr. Stover. Can you talk about a little bit more about the impact for the community, for the industry, your employees, and how this has impacted you?
Thank you for the question, Delegate. I would love to answer that. I'll give you an example. Out-of-state coin shows, I attend typically 3 of them annually. After the bill passed, about 3 months later, Lancaster, Pennsylvania had a 1-day coin show. I went to that coin show, and to my surprise, when my wife came back in from the parking lot, she goes, "There's as many Maryland tags in this parking lot as there are from people from Pennsylvania." I said, "That is weird." So I started asking people, hey, are you from Maryland? I am. Do you usually come here? No. Why are you here? Because I'm not going to pay that 6% sales tax. It doesn't work for me. That show, I did 300% of what I had previously had my best show there. I was like, wow, this is crazy. So the dining dollars, the hotel rooms, the travel, it all went to neighboring state Pennsylvania. The next show, 3 weeks ago, Lancaster, Pennsylvania, I went up there, similar scenario. My wife, hey, there's more Maryland tags than there are Delaware tags in the parking lot. I start seeing my local customers shopping there. They come up to me and they say, if we buy coins from you today in bullion, do we still have to pay the 6% sales tax? I said, you do not. They said, great, we love dealing with you. They spend their money with me, which was fantastic. I go and start asking other coin dealers that are from Delaware. And I said, how have your retail sales been lately? Because I just want to make sure it's not some kind of a fluke. And they go, believe it or not, since your great state passed that 6% sales tax, ours have tripled. And they chuckled. I was not amused. I was very disappointed to hear that. I did 10 times the sales of the best coin show I'd ever done in the state of Delaware 3 weeks ago. So I'm at the point now where I think that if everybody understands what's going on, we can fix it, and that's what I want to do because I want all of Maryland to win. I don't want to just take and stop all coin shows that I do in Maryland and go out of state because I'm a Marylander. I've been here my whole life. My wife has been here in Maryland her whole life, and we love our state. Please help us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a serious issue, but we're able to break into Delegate Hartman's office and get some of his own personal bullion supplies. He has quite a bit. I don't know how to use the monocle like he does to stare at his fast holdings throughout the day. But you know, he's not just here for the policy. He's also a believer in the bullion. There's no question about that. But I really thought the best analogy, and the gentleman at the end, this is, I mean, these, I wish these were solid gold from Delegate Hartman's vast reserves. But it's really purchased, you know, the vast majority of the time as an investment. And you talked about, you know, if you choose to invest in a bond, we don't charge a sales tax on that. We charge a tax when you sell it and when it appreciates. It's the same thing here, right? Someone comes and they buy bullion as made into coins or ingots or things of that nature. We charge them a tax if it appreciates, if they get a capital gain on it and then report it as income from them if they're transacting. We do tax them at some level, but we don't tax them on you're buying it like it's a product. You're basically buying something that's either an investment or in some cases could potentially, if it's a gold or silver coin that has a recognized $5 value, you could take it to the bank and use it as money in theory. And we don't charge sales taxes on any other similarly situated products. Is that fair?
That's very fair.
And we're looking at this like it's a retail thing, like you're buying a car or you're buying clothes, but this is really being purchased not simply as a collectible. It's either currency that can be used or it's just a commodity that's being purchased. So if you bought gold ETFs, if you went on the accounts, I'm sure Delegate Hartman has many ETFs that he owns in the sector. If you went on and you purchased an ETF that was gold and silver or precious metals, you're basically just getting a certificate or digital paperwork that says you own a piece of a fund that owns these things. You don't pay sales taxes on that. But if you go to your establishments and you buy them, has the same real value to you, you'd have to pay sales tax. Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
100% correct.
That doesn't really make any sense, and I appreciate that. And Delegate Hartman, you certainly can respond. We've taken away your monocle. I feel terrible for you. We'll promise to give it back. I think, you know, it's all over the place now. But did you have any theory about how you can analogize those two? those two concepts of we're buying something that's not really a product, it's an investment or it's currency.
This has no use unless you want a $400 paperweight for your law office.
I don't have as much bullion as you, so I can't do that.
Then you deduct it from your taxes, that might be a different strategy for you. But in all seriousness, what we've done in the last year, silver has probably appreciated about 270%. And with this legislation, we deprive Marylanders. I have not bought a bit of gold or silver since this has gone into effect, I can assure you that. As I said, I had to borrow these. But we've deterred Marylanders from investing. People would go in almost weekly or biweekly when they would get a check and make purchases. As we said, it was a way of investing. And because of this, we've really deterred Marylanders from doing that. And it's unfortunate because it was probably the best year silver's ever seen.
100%. And can I add something to that? Sure. Okay. So I'm going to give you an inside piece of information. Typically, the margin on a piece of gold or silver for straight bullion purposes is only 3 to 5%. And Maryland's adding 6% on that, which makes it impossible to compete. A lot of people, like the delegate just referred to, on a weekly or biweekly basis, they may pick up a silver coin here or there, and it's a way of saving for them. It's like taxing someone for saving for the future.
Thank you.
Delegate Wims.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask the gentleman to the end on my left, could you again state your name and what your business is?
Yes, sir. Matthew Cortez. I'm a policy associate with the Sound Money Defense League.
Okay, because I wanted to ask you the question. In the state of Maryland, how many businesses are like the gentleman from Snow Hill? How many do we have? I call them sailors, or do you call them businesses?
Local dealers.
Dealers. How many do we have in the state of Maryland?
An exact number I wouldn't be able to tell you off the top of my head.
Does anybody know that question? Or roughly? If not, you can get to us offline.
I can get that information to you after the hearing, yes, sir.
Thank you. And Delegate, thank you for bringing this to our attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions for this panel? All right, seeing none, thank you so much to this panel, and thank you, Delegate, for bringing this bill. We do have another panel of favorable witnesses. James Dean, Richard Davis, Craig Willis, and we'll bring in a virtual favorable witness, Benjamin Schaefer.
Yes, Chairwoman, delegates, and Sponsor Hartman. My name is Craig Willis. I own Black Lab Bullion in St. Michael's, Maryland. I actually started my business on July 1st, 2025, the same day that this sales tax took hold. I spent a considerable amount of money opening my business, marketing it, and I can tell you, people are willing to come to Maryland and cross state lines. Which is not contradictory to what may have been said earlier, but for different reasons. Since I started my business on July the 1st, I have probably a ream of paper 3 inches tall of people that have come to my shop to sell me bullion. The margin on that bullion, when I sell it to a wholesaler, because nobody's coming to my shop to purchase anything out of my display cabinets. When I say nobody, there's an exception, and I'll talk to you a little bit about that, but 3 inches of paper on purchase orders, 6, almost could count them on one hand, 6 sales orders I've got in 7 months now, going into my 8th month. My business plan always provided for me to have both sides of that transaction to be able to buy it from the public and sell. I, urge for a favorable response to this House Bill 500 and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. The next witness can speak.
I guess I'll go next. Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. I'm here to express my concerns regarding Maryland's recent decision to impose sales tax on precious bullion and coin transactions. Not the bullion, just the coins. Beginning in 2025. I'm a Marine Corps veteran, and for the past 10 years, I've returned to the hobby of collecting U.S. coins. Since this tax took effect, I have witnessed a significant decline in the number of local coin dealers, many of whom have closed due to the recent reduced sales. As a result, collectors like me are increasing traveling to neighborhood states where these taxes do not apply. Recently, I attended a coin show in Delaware due to the limited number of dealers still operating in Maryland. With my disability, made it difficult for attending this show. The distance required to participate in a one local hobby is becoming burdensome. My concerns is that this tax remains in place, Maryland will continue to lose these small businesses, along with additional revenue typically generated through sales of books, supplies, equipment, and other materials essential to the hobby. It is also defined notable that Delaware, the home state of the most recent president of the United States, does not impose similar taxes on bullion or coins. The policy difference between neighborhood states make it increasingly difficult for Maryland collectors to stay engaged locally. Coin collecting is more than a hobby for many of us. It is also a way to teach younger generations about history. My grandchildren are learning about our nation through these coins. I hope to continue sharing this experience with them here in Maryland. For this reason, I respectfully ask Maryland to reconsider the tax of precious metal and coins. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. The final witness.
Hello. My name is Rick Davis. I own the American Bullion Center in Timonium, Maryland. I want to thank the committee, Madam Chairman. There's not much more I can add to this argument or this proposal. My business, and I had not coordinated with one individual here any of this testimony, but it's almost identical. My business is off 80% since July 1st when the Maryland sales tax news was passed for the 6%. Other individuals can talk about their profit margins. Generally, when you buy a 1 ounce gold coin, I am making $100. The state of Maryland makes $300 above that. It's a losing formula. You cannot sustain a business on $100 profit, of which I can. But when you say, Mr. or Mrs., I'm collecting 6% for the state of Maryland, they turn around, they walk out my door. My business is open 6 days a week from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. I provide professional counseling as investors have sought from their advisors. What other options do I have? Those options are physical gold. My gold generally is made by the United States government. It's called the American Eagle. It comes in 1 ounce, 1/2 ounce, 1/4 ounce, or 1/10. I do very well. I make a responsible living. However, all these previous ladies and gentlemen, it's identical. It's been devastating. They laugh at us. I said, I'm just collecting it. But Pennsylvania from my store is 21 miles away, and there is a merchant up there. Fine, a very good competition is good for pricing. However, 21 miles, $300, I don't know, it sounds like $15 a mile they drive. It has been devastating. I don't know what else to say, but my recommendation, this gentleman over here, there's about 40 of us that are in this.
We do need you to wrap up, sir. The 2 minutes expired, but perhaps someone can ask you your question to get the rest of your thought.
Thank you.
Thank you to this panel of witnesses. It sounds like our virtual witness is not present. I've called all the in-person. Everyone who's in person for this bill has been called. All right. Is there a question for the gentleman to help him finish?
Discussing the impacts that it's had on you. Can you just sort of finish up to the best of your ability?
I'm sorry?
You were asking a question about, you were finishing your speech and you got cut off. I'd like to hear what else you have to say.
Well, it's just, yeah, look, July, honest to God, July the 1st, you start with this song and rain dance. The customer comes in. I write up the sales receipt. They want this. I add 300, that's whatever it was, $300, $289, whatever that 6% number was. They laugh at me. What are you doing? I said, I'm not doing anything. I'm fulfilling my legal obligation under the state of Maryland's law. I'm collecting 6% and remitting it to the state comptroller's office. They go, huh, see you later. I'll go out of state. As years ago, people would have conversations when they started raising taxes under previous administrations. You basically have Maryland is 30 miles or 35 miles from a non-tax state. Virginia, West Virginia, Delaware. It's a losing formula.
I'd like to add just one thing to that. You know, when I was a little boy, my dad and me cut grass to make some extra money. And whenever he had to buy a lawn tractor or a lawnmower, he didn't think twice about going across state lines because he wanted to save the money. So the same holds true with bullion.
Thank you so much. Any other questions for these witnesses? Well, we appreciate your time today. Thank you for coming to testify. All right, that ends the bill hearing on House Bill 500. The next bill that we'll take up is House Bill 484, Delegate Ziegler, Corporate Income Tax Addition Modification Direct-to-Customer Pharmaceutical Advertising. And if you have a panel that you'd like up with you, you can bring them up. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, distinguished members of the committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Natalie Ziegler here with House Bill 484. So the goal of this bill is to try and disincentivize the direct-to-consumer drug ads that we see so many of on our television screens, and hopefully to raise the money for the state of Maryland at the same time. So what the bill would do is to prohibit pharmaceutical companies from taking direct-to-consumer marketing expenses off their Maryland corporate tax return. And first, I want to give you a little background. So the United States is one of 2 countries in the entire world, along with New Zealand, which allow direct-to-consumer pharmaceutical marketing. And even we didn't allow them until 1997, so they're actually a relatively recent phenomenon. But since then, as we all know, their use has grown exponentially. These ads are not just annoying, they're also really expensive. Pharmaceutical manufacturers spent an estimated $14 billion on these ads in 2023, and these costs inevitably get passed down to businesses, governments, and of course, consumers who are struggling to pay for their prescriptions. We all pay for these ads in the form of higher drug prices and overall higher healthcare costs. But the list of side effects does not end there. Pharmaceutical marketing drives patients towards expensive drugs when equally or more effective products are available at lower prices. They erode trust between doctors and patients, with patients demanding something they saw on television, which may very well not be the best option. They often inadequately describe serious side effects and exaggerate efficacy. So it's no surprise that the overwhelming majority of wealthy countries do not allow them. So how could we spend the money that we will hopefully raise with this bill? I am providing a sponsor amendment that would direct $5 million of revenues towards Medicaid for operations and administration costs that have been necessitated by the One Big Beautiful Bill, with remaining funds going to the Maryland Health Benefit Exchange. So I do need to add a little note before I stop talking, which I promise to do in a minute, that we don't currently have a way on our Maryland corporate return to identify those revenues. So I have a letter from the comptroller's office because the amendment came too late for them to handle this. And they suggest that perhaps there could be some kind of annual report required where businesses would report their expenses related to direct-to-consumer ads. And that would provide both some transparency and a figure that we could use for the relevant appropriation. The letter does also note that an additional auditor would not be needed except for enforcement, and those auditor positions are revenue positive. So I just wanted to add that. And with that, I ask for a favorable report on House Bill 484. Thank you.
My name is Paul Schwartz. I'm the Region Vice President of the National Active and Retired Federal Employees, NARF, and I testify today in support of HB 484. Yesterday, I testified in the Budget and Taxation Committee on a bill sponsored by Senator Ron Watson, which was designed to give tax relief to seniors over 80 years old in order to make it more, pardon the expression, affordable for them to continue to live in Maryland. When I was testifying yesterday, I pointed out to them that tomorrow, meaning today, I will be testifying before the Ways and Means Committee on a bill that deals with a tax relief for the pharmaceutical industry, specifically to the advertising expenses for direct-to-consumer advertising. Today, it's approximately $1 billion is spent monthly on the pharmaceutical advertising. That's not the only place they spend their money. They spend it on stock buybacks, on dividends, on executive compensation, and on campaign contributions. What we're looking for is, what I explained to them yesterday is that it doesn't make sense. The issue isn't about taxes, it's about priorities. We were quibbling over a bill to keep seniors in Maryland, and here we have tax breaks for the pharmaceutical industry. What's needed is, if they want a tax break, what they need to do is have a tax break if they could get down the prices of pharmaceuticals so people in Maryland can afford them. That would be a tax break that we might want to consider doing. But anything else, I'll leave you with this. Jardiance is really swell, the little pill with the great big story to tell. I can't get that thing out of my head because they spend so much money on having that run over and over and over again. All right? So that's where the money is going, and I'm saying it should be reinvested into the community, into Maryland, so that the pricing of pharmaceuticals is more affordable so people don't have to make the choice between paying their rent, buying their food, or getting their life-saving medication. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the Ways and Means Committee, I'm the Reverend Ken Phelps. I'm here as part of the Maryland Episcopal Public Policy Network, which includes the Episcopal Diocese of Maryland and the Diocese of Washington, and our friends at the Maryland-Delaware Synod of the Episcopal Lutheran Church in America. And a moment of personal preference just to say hello to a fellow Episcopalian. Our church teaches that health care, along with education, housing, and a clean environment, are basic human rights. And health care, we believe, should be accessible, should be high quality, and above all, should be affordable. But we have found a way to commodify these rights, and that's the tragic story of the systems that we have created. Pharmaceutical companies have realized obscene profits through the suffering of others. There is a track record of price gouging with more money spent on advertising than on research, and we know the goal of advertising. And it's been mentioned, but it's worth mentioning too, those are not the only costs of business and cost of doing business in the state of Maryland, where several million is spent each year on contract lobbyists and campaign contributions to members of this austere body. But simply the church's ask is this: when do we begin to push back on all of the myriad ways in which consumers, human beings, children of God, are impacted by the rising costs that are associated with the basic needs of life? Here in House Bill 484, we have one small step in the right direction, increasing revenues that can be applied directly to relief for our citizens who are in too many cases bankrupting themselves to provide healing for themselves and loved ones. It's especially critical now when Marylanders, too many, have found their insurance premiums skyrocketing. Favorable report.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Allison Taylor. I'm here on behalf of Kaiser Permanente in strong support of this bill. Kaiser Permanente is a one-stop shop for your healthcare needs. Our members get their insurance through Kaiser, but also their healthcare and prescription drugs. Don't tell my boss, but before I came over here today, I was multitasking while watching the Olympics and reading bills, and the commercial that I saw was for a drug starring Tracy Jordan and DJ Khaled. I can't imagine the cost of producing such an ad like that, and I still remember it now while I'm over here. The truth is that since the delegate mentioned that this type of advertising has been allowed, the price of prescription drugs has really increased. It now accounts for over a third of your healthcare premium is for prescription drugs. And so it is a core tenet at Kaiser Permanente that we really focus on evidence-based prescribing. We want our members to get the most effective prescription and hopefully the one that is also the lowest cost for them. Having our members get information about drugs from outside sources, including the manufacturers, really disrupts the patient healthcare provider relationships. So we think this is a great value to the state of Maryland, and we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and thank you, Delegate Ziegler, for putting in this bill. I want to send regrets from Lorraine Aricat of 1199 and Gerald Stansberry, NAACP, who couldn't join us but wanted to be here to support this. First of all, thank you, Madam Chair, and this committee for enacting last year the expanded authority for the Prescription Drug Affordability Board, which will make high-cost drugs more affordable. We are here today to say that Maryland should not be subsidizing ads. We can't do anything about the ads running, but we shouldn't be subsidizing them. Instead, that money should go to health care. Under the amendment that Delegate Ziegler has proposed, $5 million would go to make sure that our Medicaid agency can protect Marylanders on Medicaid from all the ill effects of the H.R. 1 enacted in Congress, which goal is to kick people off Medicaid by having these horrible work requirements and requiring people to sign up more. With this $5 million, the state could do more to protect those folks. Thank you, Governor Moore, for not cutting Medicaid into the budget and putting some money into doing that, but we need more. In addition, this money would go into helping people keep their health insurance who are a little bit above the Medicaid level, but are hurt by the fact that Congress would not expand the tax credits enacted under President Joe Biden. Now, we have a program that you enacted next year, which is helping people a lot to buttress that, but it's not helping everybody. There are people who are going to be hurt, who are being hurt, because those tax credits are not extended. If you enact this bill, you would provide significant money to continue to help people in Maryland afford their health insurance as they have been doing. We've been doing a lot in Maryland to go from 13% uninsured to 6% uninsured, say $460 million in uncompensated care because of what you all have done. Unfortunately, this Congress and President are trying to undermine that. This bill is a very significant way to protect Maryland from what they're doing and to continue our progress. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is Jamie DeMarco. I represent the Maryland Nurses Association. On behalf of our members all across the country, all across the state, we urge a favorable report on this bill with the amendments that the sponsor has brought. We know it is important for Marylanders to have quality, affordable health insurance. Our members are on the front lines of witnessing the negative effects when that is not available. If someone lacks health insurance, they don't seek preventative care, they don't seek early treatment, and they come into the medical system only when absolutely necessary at the very end, when it is most costly to treat their illness. Our members are the ones caring for those patients at a time that is very difficult. We provide exceptional care, and we care greatly for our patients, both for our own professions and livelihoods of our members and for the patients who we serve. It is very important that Marylanders have access to affordable quality health insurance. At a time when the state is facing a $1.5 billion deficit that is projected to grow in coming years, we think that every source of revenue that can be found to fund these healthcare programs is extremely important. And we applaud the sponsor of this bill, Delegate Ziegler, for finding a very creative source for additional revenue for healthcare that is really a win-win, where we are, we think, providing a public good by ending the state subsidy for prescription drug advertising direct to consumer, and using that money to also do good through expanding access to healthcare. We urge a favorable report with the amendments that the sponsor has brought. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Questions for this witness? This panel, we'll start with Delegate Buckle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So creative is an interesting way of saying it. Unprecedented is another way of saying it. I don't like all the ads either. I always find them very strange. They have to list all of the things that are going to go wrong if you take the pill, and it seems to me like 9 times out of 10 they sound worse than what you're taking the pill for. I never understand it, but if any other, let me see if I get, Delegate, if everyone wants to respond so I'm understanding it correctly. You're suggesting that under the federal tax code, a corporation can deduct all of their ordinary business expenses, which include their advertising costs. But when they file their Maryland return, if they're a Maryland filing company, which many of these drug companies may not be, because they don't have a significant nexus here or operations here other than sales. Maybe they sell to a distributor who, then they don't pay Maryland taxes directly. You're suggesting that if they do, they can somehow back out those federally recognized ordinary business costs out of their Maryland state AGI return and pay higher taxes in Maryland?
Essentially, yes.
Okay.
I mean, I assume you have to be able to come up with a number in order to take it off your federal.
Yeah, and that's...
So you have to know what it is.
Right.
And so in Maryland, you're not, under this bill, you would not be allowed to deduct it.
You would not be allowed to deduct it, but that would require them to then somehow say, when we do our federal return, we're going to determine the exact amount that we spent in Maryland and Maryland only, because if I'm not reading things incorrectly, no other state has even attempted this, correct?
I have not seen another state trying this. It was attempted at the federal level. Last year, there were 2 bills. One was essentially this exact same bill minus the amendment, so it didn't direct where the money went. And that was Representatives Omar, Nadler, and Dexter. And then there was a bipartisan bill put in by Dr. Greg Murphy of North Carolina. He's a Republican, and there was another Republican sponsor, and then 2 Democrats. And that was a bill to just ban drug ads, which is a much heavier lift.
It is a much heavier lift, and I appreciate the nature. One thing you learn 12 years on this committee, there's a big difference between federal tax policy and state tax policy, because federal tax policy, it's really fairly easy to implement because it applies to everybody across the board, managed by the evil IRS. I'm just kidding, they're not evil, but I'm just I'm just being lighthearted a little bit. State, as Comptroller Learman indicated, I think in her information to you, real hard for them to do that. Real hard to say you're a national corporation. Most of these drug companies are international. You have a tax accounting and a income statement that allows you to deduct these costs federally and in 49 other states, but figure out for me on a separate line item what you actually spend here. It kind of goes to another question I have. My television channels that I get, local, quote unquote, local TV in Western Maryland, you know where they come from? The District of Columbia. I don't get Baltimore TV. And so I get channels, as I assume Montgomery County does, and Prince George's County, and probably half or more of the state by population. We get advertising that is purchased by a company from a company in the District of Columbia, or some of them are actually located in Northern Virginia, and they simply, they send the images on our television sets through some technology I cannot understand, across those state lines. Or you get streaming services and they pay an advertisement on that. Or you get DirecTV. None of those are Maryland-based companies, to the best of my knowledge. How in the world would you calculate the advertising costs and constitutionally back them out of someone's taxes in Maryland for them purchasing an advertising service in another jurisdiction that our constituents just happen to see through a television ad?
Yeah, that is above my pay grade, I have to admit. I think there is an answer to it. I mean, I do think that companies do have to know what business they're doing in one state. They do have to figure that out. I had a small business which operated in almost all 50 states, and that is an issue you just have to cope with. You have to get sales and use taxes and whatever else in all those states. But as far as the comptroller's office, they didn't say, we worked with the comptroller's office. It was my very first call, and they didn't have a problem with this idea at all. And just did note that you would have to have some kind of a reporting requirement in order to decide, because we're directing the revenues. Otherwise, they would just go into the general fund.
Delegate, Mayor Chairman?
Sure.
Delegate, the fact of the matter is today, under the status quo, the drug corporations are deducting something for the advertising off their Maryland tax code, off their Maryland taxes, because they're putting in.
You push it through their AGI from the federal return.
Yeah, they're putting into, when they file, whichever ones of them file Maryland taxes, say some of them don't, but whichever ones of them do make an assumption that some of it is for advertising and ask for a deduction. So they've made a calculation, and we may get a language from the comptroller on how to require us to tell them how much of it is that. It's not a question now of us trying to figure out how much to make them not pay. They have to pay less than they have to pay something which they are now not paying because they say they're doing advertising. So right now, they're getting the benefit of the fact that we don't know. So right now, they're asked, how much should you deduct for business tax credits? And they say an amount. In that amount is how much they're spending on advertising. So we don't want them to do that anymore. We want them to say, we're not going to include that, and so Maryland will have additional money not being deducted that way.
And just my final question is, do you have any concerns as to the potential constitutionality of the bill? There's a lot of testimony in there suggesting that because you're singling out one industry and one industry alone and saying that their advertising, which typically is a protected form of commercial speech with certain restrictions on content, that is, you're singling them out and them alone, not the beer companies, not the car companies, not anyone else that's able to advertise. You're singling them out and subjecting them to disparate tax treatment, that is a potential constitutional violation. I mean, certainly the press associations, and they seem to think that's pretty obvious.
Absolutely fair question, and you have me at a disadvantage. I am not a lawyer, but I did think about this.
You have me at a disadvantage because I am, believe me. It's contributing to my, stress levels every day.
Sorry. I apologize for that, but so I have thought about this. There are quite a number of ways in which drug ads are very different from any other kind of ad, direct-to-consumer drug ads. Number one, you can't go buy that product. They can induce demand, they can make you want it, but you can't go buy it. You have to get a prescription from a doctor. Number two, you are in almost every single case not paying for that product. Everybody else is paying for that product through insurance. The other thing is that the FDA has the right to regulate drug ads. And as I say, until 1997, their regulation consisted of you can't do that at all. They do have a limited authority. It's not complete. But I would argue that the government is not just trying to reduce prices and demand, that they also have a very real interest in patients getting better information about drugs, which, as you say, we all joke about those side effect things, call your doctor if you can't breathe, if it can cause paralysis.
Your nose is running, but this is going to cause your leg to fall off.
Exactly.
Just get a tissue.
I know, and I mean, we laugh about it, but it also has a serious side to it. And there's been a lot of discussion about the fact that you can't really even explain what the side effects are in a 30-second spot because you're spending most of your spot trying to do the Jardiance jingle. So I think there is a very good case to be made that direct-to-consumer drug ads are different.
I appreciate the perspective. Thank you.
Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would say there's a big difference. I mean, we're talking about two very different things or several very different things, but there's a big difference between a philosophical banning ads because we don't think they're in the best interests of patients or for whatever reason and what this bill does. That's two very different things that should be separated. And then so on the bill is a lot of companies, they have advertising packages and those, so it might not be as easy to flesh out as you're saying because the packages, especially in the age of social media, which there's a lot of advertisements on social media, on television markets in our area that hit multiple states at one time. And as far as any kind of other multi-state aspect, particularly in the area that we're at, we're all closely related. So those advertising packages may come at a cost to the company that might be harder to flesh out as far as what's being exactly spent in Maryland. And we had a lot of those issues, and a lot of my constituents were, especially small businesses, were really hurt by this. And we do have small pharmaceutical businesses, and they were really hurt by just the accounting aspect of how to, like the technology didn't even exist for them to flesh out those expenses for them to report.
Well, I must say, I would love to have a complete ban. That certainly would have been my fantasy bill. But that does raise much thornier First Amendment questions, not to mention FCC questions. So it's very hard to put that genie back in the bottle. New Zealand is also trying to figure out how to do that. They have these ads, not because they specifically allowed them as we did, but because they just, I don't know, forgot to. They just don't have any legislation around it at all. And so they're not prohibited, and therefore they're allowed. But they are also looking at the effects. It just really does add to healthcare costs in a way that I think a lot of doctors and healthcare organizations think is really inappropriate.
Well, I get that. And again, I'm talking about like the specifics of this bill to be able to take what companies are spending just in Maryland on the advertising and have to pay a tax on that or not be able to deduct that tax. So that is a little bit of a more complicated issue.
Delegate, may I address that? The fact is, this bill does not impose a new tax or say, figure something out and pay it. It says if you are right now deducting advertising in Maryland, you have to stop. So if they're not, then they don't have, then it doesn't affect them. But if at the present moment, the drug corporation has figured out as part of their business deduction, some of it is for advertising, well, they can't do that anymore.
I understand that, but I'm likening it to a bill that we had where the accounting is very difficult. The same thing with this. If you can't deduct and you have done a whole package with multi-states, are you saying they have to deduct the whole package from, or that they can't now deduct the whole package because it's not all being spent in Maryland? It's an advertising package that they pay that they get a certain deal on.
Whatever they want to break from Maryland for, they can't have it anymore.
Right. Okay. Okay.
I think you would have to make an estimate.
Oh, okay. And then do you think this would disincentivize pharmaceutical companies from being located? Biotech is huge. It's huge in my area. We have a lot of amazing companies that contribute not only to our workforce, but also the community at large. So would this, to Delegate Buckles' point, would this make it so that they don't want to come here anymore?
I would certainly hope not. I don't see that the bill would affect them. I know there is opposition testimony from the Biotech Council, I think, and that would be the opposite of my goal. There's no question. You know, I'm delighted to have AstraZeneca manufacturing cancer-curing drugs, and that's wonderful. I just don't think those drugs should be advertised on television.
Right. Well, and I will say one other thing about that. So I know we joke about some of the side effects and everything, and some of the side effects that are listed, but actually to me, they're kind of important, because when you do prescribe a medication or when you pick up your prescription from the doctor or the pharmacist, a lot of times you don't have all of the information. And even in that 30-second ad, when they're listing a certain disease, and if you pick up on that and you're taking that medication, that actually might be new information for you that you should talk to your doctor about, or you should ask them about, because quite honestly, in medical practice, things get busy and things could get missed and people might know. So I like more information about things like that. So I do appreciate that. And I also appreciate the fact of that we have blanket non-coverage on certain medications. And the direct-to-consumer market on some of those medications that are not paid by your health insurance, which is very important right now in a certain epidemic that we're having. If you don't know that you actually can afford those medications through the direct-to-consumer model, I mean, some of those, so there is a very important consumer advocacy point that we have with some of these advertisements. And I know we don't like them and we think they're, some people, the philosophical discussion, but there is some value. So I would just add that out for consideration.
I would just say that, I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's fine.
I would just say that this bill in no way prevents anybody from advertising.
Right, but they can't deduct it.
They just can't deduct it.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize in advance. I think I have a few questions. So thank you, Delegate Ziegler, for bringing this bill. I'm actually going to start with like a personal experience. So my son in the last year or so started taking a very recently FDA-approved medication that after we'd already decided he was going to start taking it, we ended up seeing a lot of advertisements for. And actually all those lists of side effects really scared him a lot in terms of seeing that information. But I think, can you just repeat what you just said? So does the bill bar advertising, or could these?
Absolutely not. No, there's no prohibition whatsoever.
Okay. And does the bill prohibit pharmaceutical companies from distributing information, say, through a doctor's office or other medical provider's office? In our case, we actually got like a very helpful booklet from the manufacturer of the drug that talked about the studies behind it, the side effects. It gave a lot of information, recognizing we knew it came from the maker of the drug. But could that kind of information still be provided through a doctor's office?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I now want to focus on the tax side. I know that doesn't surprise anybody. So while we were sitting here, I pulled up from the IRS website a copy of the U.S. corporate income tax return for tax year 2025. And I'm looking at page 1 of the IRS form, and on page 1, it lists lines 12 through 29, and I realize none of you can see this. And these are all deductions for the companies. And I'm looking specifically at line 22, which is the deduction for advertising. There's all kinds of other lists of things here, but specifically for advertising. I recognize perhaps nobody on the panel can answer this question now, but it'd be very helpful, I think, to follow up with the committee. Could any other type of allowable expense be intermixed in that line for advertising? Because I'm seeing lines for things like repairs, charitable deductions, depletion, pensions, employee benefit programs, like a whole host of other types of expenses that are listed on separate lines. But to me, it looks like maybe line 22 is specific to advertising, and it would be very helpful to know if that is actually the case.
I can look into that. Okay. I am imagining that it is. I do file a corporate return for my business, and they're pretty specific about, exactly what it is. There are a whole bunch of things, and you can't just lump them all together.
Great, thank you. Look forward to getting that follow-up information. And I apologize, Madam Chair. I think I'm going to ask a couple of isn't it so questions. While we were here, I also was looking in the section of the Tax General article that your bill is located in, Section 10-305. And it looks like under current Maryland law, there are a decent number of other add backs that are required specifically for corporations to add back to their state income tax return things that are not allowable to deduct on the Maryland side. And I don't know what all of these are because they tend to like list other section numbers, but maybe some things involving oil, deduction for qualified production activities. But, you know, isn't it so that there are some other types of add backs like this in the tax code?
Yes, it is so. That is
you.
absolutely true.
And maybe I'll just leave it there and not abuse the isn't it so. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Delegate, for the bill. Thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you.
We do have a few witnesses signed up to testify unfavorable. Josh White, Rebecca Snyder, and virtually Timothy Nelson. Is he with us? Okay.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is Josh White on behalf of PhRMA, and PhRMA is the Pharmaceutical Research and Manufacturers of America. PhRMA's member companies are responsible for the vast majority of biopharmaceutical research and development in this country. They invest hundreds of billions of dollars to discover, test, and bring forward new treatments and cures. We spend a lot of time in the Health Committee, and unfortunately, we do not spend a lot of time here. But in Maryland, we have been working for the last 6 years with the legislature and the Prescription Drug Affordability Board in a serious good faith effort to improve affordability while protecting patient access and continued innovations. The bill here, though, takes a very different approach. It's a punitive in design, and it would make Maryland the only state in the country to single out drug researchers and manufacturers for special tax treatment tied to their communications with patients. That's a significant policy shift, and one that raises concerns about Maryland wants to treat an industry that is central to medical progress. To help walk us through the details and our concerns, I'd like to turn it over to Kristen Pardee of PhRMA.
Am I on? Okay, great. Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. As PhRMA, we respectfully oppose HB 484 because it proposes selective taxation that raises serious constitutional concerns, fails to recognize both the value of direct-to-consumer or DTC advertising and as well as its level of regulation, and it discourages investment. Today, pharmaceutical DTC advertising is treated like advertising in any other industry, a deductible, ordinary, and necessary business expense. This bill would depart from that principle by singling out drug manufacturers and drug advertising for differential treatment solely based on the contents of their speech. Denying drug manufacturers who engage in drug advertising a tax exemption that is available to other speakers and for other types of speech raises serious constitutional concerns, as the courts have previously found. Beyond these constitutional concerns, this legislation penalizes the biopharmaceutical industry for its efforts to educate consumers through DTC. DTC advertising does not determine the drug price or patient access. Physicians remain the gatekeepers of prescribing, while insurers and pharmacy benefit managers control formularies and utilization management.
What DTC does do is educate patients. It raises awareness of diseases and treatments options. It helps people recognize symptoms and encourages patients, particularly those with chronic, undiagnosed, and stigmatized conditions, to seek care and have informed conversation with their healthcare providers. Importantly, prescription drug advertising is one of the most heavily regulated forms of advertising in the country, overseen by the FDA to ensure accuracy, balance, and clear communications of risks and benefits. Finally, using the tax code to penalize a core business function sends a troubling signal to employers and investors. For these reasons, we urge the committee to reject this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Rebecca Snyder. I'm the executive director of the Maryland, Delaware, DC Press Association. And we are offering amendments to this bill that we feel like the bill should not move forward unless those amendments are adopted. In speaking with Delegate Ziegler, she exempted print journals, print periodicals and journals, and we feel like that exemption should be broadened to encompass their associated websites. Many of our members are selling package advertising, and I know print is not really the focus of this bill, and so we appreciate the exemption, but we want to recognize, as others have acknowledged in the hearing room, that advertising is often sold in packages. And so when you try and uncouple print and that publication's associated website, it gets unnecessarily complex, and we feel like it would be wiser just to exempt fully what the sponsor had wanted to do, and we're in discussion with her about those amendments. Excuse me. So we would urge the committee to accept those amendments and choose your conscience on whatever you decide to do with the bill, but we want it to be fully exempted there. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson, you can go ahead.
Great. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Thank you, Vice Chair Feldmark and members of the committee. My name is Tim Nelson. I'm counsel to the Maryland, DC, Delaware Broadcasters Association, and on behalf of the association's 20 or so TV stations and more than 100 radio stations, MDCD respectfully opposes House Bill 484 and requests an unfavorable report of the legislation. I think there's some unintended consequences going on here. Although not perhaps obvious on its face, House Bill 484 would almost certainly hurt the local news, weather, sports, emergency, and other information programming that MDCD's member TV and radio stations proudly provide over the air for free in all communities throughout Maryland. Serving the public interest through the production of high-quality local broadcast news is a costly endeavor. It is funded, those news operations, both on air and on digital platforms, almost entirely through advertising dollars. For radio stations, all of their revenues come from advertising dollars, and for TV stations, about half of the revenues that they use to put back into their communities to create local news comes from advertising. And House Bill 484 threatens to make matters worse for broadcasters who are already facing an increasingly challenging media ecosystem that's been fragmented, as you all know, by huge big tech behemoths who gobble up the advertising dollars and do not put money back into Maryland's local communities. By changing the tax treatment of advertising for just one category of advertisers, House Bill 484 would increase the cost of that advertising. Increasing the cost of advertising, advertisers most likely would buy less of it, which in turn means less money reinvested back into local newsrooms across Maryland on the broadcast side of things. I will note that my colleague, Ms. Snyder, pointed out that print periodicals are exempted, and the ask there is that they extend to their digital platforms. I don't understand why broadcast operations that are also providing crucial local journalism and are struggling in Maryland would be treated any differently. I think all of that gets to some of the constitutional issues that have been raised by both Delegate Buckell and Delegate Miller and also other folks testifying today. Under the U.S. tax code, advertising is treated as an ordinary business expense. It should continue to be so, in our opinion. Thank you very much. Happy to take any questions. We respectfully request an unfavorable report.
Okay, thank you. Committee, any questions for this panel? Okay, I do have a couple. I wanted to clarify a couple of things that you mentioned in your testimony, Ms. Pardee. So I think you said that direct-to-consumer advertising does not determine the drug price. Is it fair to say it contributes to the drug price?
I think whenever you have advertising, I assume it's considered, yes, but to give you just a quick overview, as far as direct-to-consumer advertising, that stayed pretty much the same in real dollars for about the last 20 years, while R&D has gone up like incredibly. For example, last year, the companies, just our member companies, not the industry, spent $850 billion, or sorry, has spent $4.3 billion in R&D. 850 over 10 years. When you look at direct-to-consumer advertising, it is a very, very small percentage of that. I think the estimate they say is about maybe 10% or something like that of their full profits. Whereas like our member companies invest about 33% each year into R&D from their profits.
Okay. And when you mentioned sort of the concern that this bill fails to recognize the value of direct-to-consumer advertising. The consumer is not necessarily making the decision about what drugs they use. So can you speak to how you see that value?
So the value is because people are able to hear, oh my goodness, I've had these symptoms for the last 5 years and I didn't know it had a name. So now I have a reason to go and investigate this with my provider. I'm sitting here today because I saw a direct-to-consumer ad about an eye drop that helps with nearsightedness that I couldn't wear glasses before because they made me get headaches. Because I knew about that, I went to see my doctor and was able to have that. I think there's a number of different chronic conditions and other, many other conditions that people simply aren't aware of. They just know they're hurting, and this gives them that opportunity. But as you said, the prescriber ultimately decides. And more so than that, actually, a lot of the times their insurance company or their PBM decides because they put so many restrictions on what a consumer can actually get.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other questions, that concludes the hearing on House Bill 484. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you, Delegate Ziegler, for the bill. Moving on, next up, we will hear House Bill 363. Delegate Palakovich-Carr.
Great. Good afternoon, colleagues. For the record, I'm Delegate Julie Palakovich-Carr, here to present House Bill C-363. This is enabling legislation to allow counties to offer a local version of the Maryland Child Tax Credit. Back in 2021, we created this tax credit to help low-income families with children. It's a very targeted measure to combat childhood poverty. We simply want to allow counties, if they choose, to offer an additional tax credit to these low-income families with kids. And there is precedent for this. Counties already have the ability to extend a local match for the state's earned income tax credit. I am working on sponsor amendments to address the implementation costs raised by the Comptroller's Office, so hopefully we can get that number down. And with that, Madam Chair, I will turn it over to my sponsor panel.
Okay, hi, sorry. Kate Stewart from Montgomery County, represent on the County Council representing District 4. Okay, all right, try again. Thank you, Chair. Thank you to everyone. Kate Stewart on the Montgomery County Council representing District 4. I'm glad to be here today. I want to thank Delegate Palakovich-Carr for introducing this enabling legislation. I am here today on behalf of myself to support this bill. I'm extremely excited about the opportunity to have this ability in Montgomery County. As we know, we are seeing the wealth gap increase across the country, and that includes in the state of Maryland and here in Montgomery County. It is becoming more and more expensive to raise a family, and that is true across Maryland and in the county. Having a child tax credit has shown to have many benefits, including making sure that there are positive health outcomes and educational outcomes, as well as helping young people have higher earnings as young adults. This research shows that when we invest in our families and that they can grow and have predictable outcomes for themselves. In addition to that, as a local official, I always like when people spend their dollars locally, and so there's a lot of research that also shows that when we put in place things like child tax credits, people also spend that money locally in our economy. So it's great for our families and great for our overall community. So I hope you can have a positive recommendation on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Feldmark and members of the committee. My name is Callie Schumetz. I work for the Maryland Center on Economic Policy. We're a nonprofit, nonpartisan research organization founded in the belief that every Marylander should be able to achieve their full potential in a healthy economy that offers a widely shared and rising standard of living. We are here in support of House Bill 363 because Maryland's state child tax credit is it's a targeted credit that boosts income for the lowest income households that don't benefit from the full federal credit. And allowing a local match to that would create an opportunity to further reduce poverty for the most vulnerable Maryland children. The federal credit, as it was amended in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, it provides income boost of up to $2,200 per child at tax time, which is really important income that can bring lifetime benefits for health, helps kids succeed at school, and ultimately enable them to get better jobs in adulthood. But the credit provides only a small benefit or leaves out entirely some of the lowest income households. So those families with income less than $2,500 per year, families with slightly, don't get the credit at all, and families with slightly higher incomes up to about $30,000 can claim a partial credit but don't get that full credit. So that's our existing state child tax credit fills that gap, and this would allow counties to provide a local match to that. Right now, counties already have the option to provide a local match to the state EITC, as Montgomery County has successfully done for years. The state child tax credit is a smaller credit, and it's targeted to the very lowest income households, so it's another option for counties to work with. I'll leave it there. Thank you. Ask for a favorable report.
Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is Tanea Moore. I'm the Director of Policy with the CASH Campaign of Maryland. CASH stands for Creating Asset Savings and Hope, and we help low to moderate income people with their finances. More than half of our clients earn less than $20,000 annually, and we do offer a variety of services, including free tax prep for people making less than $69,000 annually. We are here in full support of this bill because the CTC is one of the most evidence-backed tools we have to reduce childhood poverty. And of course, through our work in free tax prep and the other services that we offer, we do get to see firsthand how the CTC impacts families across the state of Maryland. Last year, CASH, along with our partners across the state, secured $33.6 million in refunds, and that does include $5.3 million in child tax credits. And that's money that went directly into the pockets of families with young children and children with disabilities. We are very thankful for this committee for your leadership and support in passing the Family Prosperity Act in 2023, which established Maryland's first permanent child tax credit. This bill expands the impact of Maryland's state child tax credit by authorizing and also creating a pathway for counties to be able to establish local credits, putting more money into the pockets of families, and strengthening pathways to long-term economic mobility. For those reasons, we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Lisa Klingenmeyer. I'm the Deputy Director of Policy at Maryland Family Network, a statewide organization that works to build a Maryland where every child can thrive. We're here today in strong support of House Bill 363 because it's an opportunity to get more cash into the pockets of low-income children and their caretakers. Numerous studies show the really devastating impacts that childhood poverty can have on low-income children, from poor health outcomes to poor educational opportunities. to even developmental delays for really young children. What all of these studies also show is that even really small amounts of income can dramatically improve the outcomes for low-income children. So tax credits like the child tax credit really can help bolster not only these families, but it also helps society overall. Amongst the numerous hard decisions that you all have to make this year, trying to work on a budget and consider all of the proposals before you, this is a relatively easy one. This already complements the great work that this General Assembly has done to expand tax credits, and it will allow low-income families to take advantage of the great investments that you all have made in our education systems, because a child will be able to learn if they know that they have and they're in a household where there's income for them to be able to support themselves. So for all of these reasons, we support HB 363. We thank you for your time, and we urge a favorable report.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Canali, you can go ahead and start.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for accommodating my virtual testimony today. Kevin Canali here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties in strong support of the bill. You have my written testimony, and I think the panel has done a really good job walking through the merits and the bill. I'll just add a few points from the county government perspective. We're certainly in a period of real uncertainty for residents and for county governments, with rising costs and instability in federal programs that support housing and basic services. And quite frankly, counties see this every single day. They see this hardship up close, and local leaders always appreciate the ability to respond with targeted relief for residents who need it most. This bill, MACO feels like, takes the right approach because it keeps the decision local, and counties can decide whether the credit fits local needs and local priorities and, quite frankly, fiscal capacity. But this does give counties a practical an optional tool to help residents stay stable and avoid deeper financial stress. I do believe that counties will take advantage of this tool, so we'd ask for a favorable report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the committee? Delegate Wims.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Delegate, for bringing the bill. I wanted to ask council member from Montgomery County, Kate Stewart, and it's an easy question, but
thank you, Delegate Williams.
But I wanted to get a perspective. If this bill passed, with all of your experience, could you sort of give an estimate of how many families it could help, or what the difference could be with these families? That's all.
So one of the things that we have learned from like the earned income tax credit and other things is that passing this legislation and then passing it locally is very important, but also making sure we have in place the support so that people take advantage of these tax credits. And that is one of the things that we're doing a huge push in Montgomery County right now to help people, families take advantage of the earned income tax credit to file their taxes. And so it's hard for me to estimate how many families would take advantage of this in Montgomery County. I'm going to try my hardest as soon as you all pass it here to get it done in Montgomery County. But I do think that it's really important to understand there's passing it, and then there's making sure we have the commitment, working with our local nonprofits and our county agencies to make sure people know about it and that they're applying for it.
Thank you, and that was very good about the outreach. I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, seeing no other questions, that concludes our hearing on House Bill 363. Thank you very much, Delegate, for bringing the bill. And next, we will hear House Bill 518.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And colleagues, this one's sponsor only. I know I'm rounding out the day here. Again, for the record, Delegate Julie Plakovich-Carr here to present House Bill 518. This bill is about addressing the growing numbers of Marylanders who are struggling with gambling addiction. Since the launch of legal mobile sports betting in Maryland 3 years ago, we've seen a 42% increase in the prevalence of gambling addiction. 2 out of every 5 Marylanders who participate in mobile sports betting show signs of disordered gambling behavior. The warning signs are brightest for certain demographic groups, especially young men age 18 to 24. The data trends are disturbing, but the individual stories are haunting. This fall, the Baltimore Sun published an article that included details about a graduate of Johns Hopkins who lost more than $300,000 gambling, including losing $149,000 in a single day. There are too many stories like this one of financial ruin, of broken marriages and broken families, and even of suicide. This bill is an acknowledgement of the concerning trends, we are seeing in Maryland in regards to problem gambling. It is an attempt to protect Marylanders who are participating in legal gambling and to make it easier to get help to people whose lives are being ruined by their addiction. So basically, the bill puts in place a number of protections. Many of them are focused on mobile sports betting, and let me start with those. For one, the bill would prohibit the use of credit cards on these platforms. Maryland already prohibits credit cards for all other types of licensed gaming, and 2 of the leading platforms have voluntarily made this change. This bill just ensures that the rest of the mobile sports betting platforms follow suit. The bill would also require mobile sports bettors to set their own limits for their play to help them game responsibly, for instance, setting a limit for their daily or monthly gambling. If a player wants to increase their dollar limit, they would have to wait until the end of a mandatory cooling off period. These changes are safeguards to prevent compulsive gambling. Other player protections include prohibiting email marketing to a customer who suspended their account, as well as requiring more notification of the problem gambling hotline within mobile sports betting platforms, and periodically re-verifying the player's identity to prevent underage players from using someone else's account. The bill would also codify Lottery's 2024 directive to ban prop betting in college sports. These are bets on anything besides the game's final outcome, such as like the number of assists by a particular player. Moving into the bill provisions that are not about mobile sports betting, the bill would raise the minimum age to participate in regulated fantasy competitions from 18 to 21 years old. This would conform with the age requirements for mobile sports betting and casino gaming. New in the bill this year, I included a grandfathering clause for young people who currently have a legal fantasy competition account, so as not to force them into the illegal market during this period of transition. The bill would make it easier for people who have a gambling problem to get treatment. Maryland already offers free counseling and support services. The bill implements a DLS audit recommendation by automatically referring people who apply for the voluntary exclusion program to these free services unless they opt out. As I wrap up, I will note that every action proposed in this bill has been done in other states, in some cases many other states, and often both in red and blue states. Collectively, these safeguards will make gaming safer for Marylanders while allowing this industry to continue to operate and to generate revenues for our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Any questions? Okay. Seeing none, that concludes the hearing on House Bill 518. And Delegate Polakovich-Carr, you're going to close us out with House Bill 560.
And if my sponsor panel could please join me, Madam Chair?
Absolutely.
Okay, and I'll get started. Again, one last time for the record, Delegate Julie Polakovich-Carr here to present House Bill 560. Do you realize we're in the Ways and Means Committee, but I want to take a little bit of time talking about energy prices to put this bill in context. In the past 5 years, wholesale electricity prices in Maryland have doubled, and that's not unique to our state. As reported in September by Bloomberg, quote, wholesale electricity costs as much as 267% more than it did 5 years ago in areas near data centers. That's being passed on to customers, end quote. And that was a nationwide analysis. A separate independent analysis conducted of our regional electricity market found that data center load growth is, quote, the primary reason for recent and expected capacity market conditions, end quote. Put into simpler terms, data centers are the main reason that Marylanders have higher electric bills. It's not just data center energy usage that drives up energy bills. Our residents are also being hit with the escalating costs of constructing utility infrastructure to serve data centers. Another recent analysis found that in 2024 alone, $107 million in regional electricity infrastructure projects were approved solely to connect data centers to the grid. The costs of this infrastructure are completely passed along to Maryland ratepayers. But that's not the end of the story. A different analysis found that $1.3 billion will be paid by Maryland customers going forward for infrastructure improvements to serve data centers. And unfortunately, that's still not the end of the cost borne by our residents because of data centers. Since 2020, Maryland taxpayers have provided $22.2 million in direct tax breaks to data centers. That's because of a law passed by this body that exempts certain data centers from state sales tax and also allows counties to exempt data centers from their local personal property tax. The cost of these tax breaks are likely to grow year over year based on the trend so far. In the first year, the state sales tax exemption cost a little over $900,000. Just 4 years later, it was $11 million. These aren't one-time losses for the state. You might be thinking, like I did, that a data center gets built and then it's there, and that's the end of the substantive purchasing activity. But it turns out that data center equipment actually gets replaced fairly frequently, every 3 to 5 years as the technology advances. So those NVIDIA semiconductor chips you may have heard about, their servers, their routers, other hardware, the enabling software, et cetera, are periodically replaced, and those purchases will be exempt from state sales tax under the current law. And that will be true time and time again for a period of 10 or 20 years for each data center. So I was on this committee when we originally debated and ultimately approved these tax breaks. And in fairness to my colleagues, we didn't know the negative impacts of data centers back then. That was before we started hearing the complaints coming out of Virginia and other states. So I don't judge the decision to enact these subsidies originally, but we now know what the problems are. As you will hear from my panel, a lot of new information has come to light since these tax breaks were enacted. It's time to reevaluate our state tax breaks, just like the state legislatures in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Ohio, Virginia, and Washington state are actively doing right now. Notably, many of these tax break repeal efforts in other states are bipartisan. At the end of the day, which we literally are at, I genuinely believe that we don't need these tax breaks. The fact is that Maryland has 40 to 45 data centers right now, and only 10 were built with the state subsidy. We don't need to give these tax breaks to attract data centers because they are already coming here. In sum, we simply cannot afford to continue footing the bill for huge tech companies. Repealing the tax breaks for data centers will protect state revenues at a critical budget moment, prevent looming losses, and ensure that Marylanders don't continue to subsidize an industry that is driving up their electricity bills. Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Greg Leroy. I'm the Executive Director of Good Jobs First, a nonprofit, nonpartisan watchdog group on economic development incentives and a resident of Montgomery County. Maryland cannot afford to subsidize data centers, and the internet trillion-dollar giants building them don't need your tax breaks. And that's true because state revenue losses to data centers are soaring in those states that disclose the losses, and we wish they all did. For example, and they're soaring at grossly unsustainable rates. Georgia just revealed that this year it's going to lose $2.5 billion to its sales and use tax exemption for data centers. It projects losing $3 billion next year. That's up by more than 8 times from its 2023 loss projections. It also estimates now, the state of Georgia does, that it's going to lose 91 cents on the dollar for every dollar it exempts and forgoes in lost revenue. Virginia recently posted that its annual losses for this year will be $1.6 billion, up from a $1 billion estimate just 2 months prior. As recently as 2022, Virginia said it lost $136 million, which is to say an upward trajectory of more than 12 times in just 4 years. Nothing can sustain at that rate. No spending item of any kind in a state budget can bear that kind of trajectory. And the Legislative Audit Review Committee of Virginia verifies that the state loses 52 cents on every dollar it gives up. The Texas estimate is now $1 billion, and that was raised from $130 million less than 2 years prior. So more than a 7 times increase in just 2 years. Why is this trajectory happening? For 2 reasons. As we've heard, states didn't know a lot about data centers when they enacted them, Maryland included, right? And the average data center at the time was much less expensive and less complicated than it was today. We did not have hyperscale AI data centers at that time. So the fiscal notes were deficient, and that's why the problem is.
Thank you again, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Callie Shumatz with the Maryland Center on Economic Policy, here in support of House Bill 560. Costly tax breaks like the tax exemption for data centers take away resources for the essential services that are the foundation of our economy, like schools and transportation. And evidence in Maryland and around the country show that they also do not create new jobs, but rather subsidize business activities that were going to happen anyway. And the tax exemptions for data centers that we're talking about today are particularly egregious. As more states have rolled out these tax breaks in recent years, the evidence is piling up that data center tax exemptions cost states much more than they get in return. And data centers create very few permanent jobs. As a Wall Street Journal headline put it last year, the AI data center boom is a job creation bust. Looking at the 5 data centers that have received the tax credit so far in Maryland and have become operational, 4 of them reported a few dozen jobs each. There's one outlier project that reported 180 jobs. For example, one Amazon data center has so far reported saving more than $3.5 million in sales taxes while employing 17 people. Amazon Web Services made more than $45 billion in profit last year. The current growth in the industry is being driven by anticipated demand, not subsidies. The subsidies do save these companies a lot of money that they can pass on to their shareholders. Research also does not support the claim that these tax breaks lead to broader tech industry growth. There was a study, an academic study published in November that found, quote, no clear evidence that data centers stimulate local growth and tech employment. We should end these tax breaks before we in Maryland are measuring the costs in hundreds of million dollars or billions as other states are, and ask for a favorable report on House Bill 560. Thank you.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Dave Arndt, the co-chair of the Maryland Legislative Coalition Climate Justice Wing, a group of 32 grassroots organizations and professional organizations throughout Maryland focused on Maryland state climate policy through an equity lens. Let's start with some facts. The primary reason for the upsurge in our electrical rates is data centers, which in turn is causing our affordability crisis. By the way, these facts and the following facts are supported with references in my testimony, so I'm not going to list where they come from right now. The estimated 3 gigawatts needed to power all the currently proposed data centers at the Alcoa site in Frederick is almost equal to all the electricity used by all Maryland households. With the current greenhouse gas emission profile of the PJM electricity, this addition will make it almost impossible for Maryland to hit our greenhouse gas emission goals mandated by the Climate Solutions Now Act without dramatic cuts elsewhere in other areas in our state. In 2023, the cost of our sales and use exemption was around $500,000, $8.4 million in 2024, and in 2025, it was $11.3 million, with only 4 businesses participating, getting $11.3 million. Imagine what that number is going to be when 19 hyperscale centers, data centers in Frederick go into operation in the next couple years. These numbers are going to go up dramatically. Power, water, and land availability are the top reasons for data centers to choose a location. Sure, data centers will say that the exemptions are a plus, but that is like saying you go to a restaurant because you like a free mint at the end of the meal. Here's a Microsoft executive quote on this, and I quote, "I can't think of a site selection or placement decision that was decided on a set of tax incentives. We have a budget shortfall and we are foregoing tax revenue unnecessarily. Therefore, I ask for a favorable report."
Thank you. And we have a question from Delegate Patterson.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for bringing the legislation, very timely legislation, to our attention. Full disclosure, we are certainly discussing this in my county, and some of the arguments I've heard are certainly the ones you've cited. But my concern is in terms of businesses and attracting businesses to counties. The part that I have a question about is the repeal the authorization of governing bodies. Why is that? To me, that's like reducing their ability to make decisions for their own communities. Is that the intent?
I'm happy to let another panelist weigh in too. I'll just say, just to kick things off, that the impacts of data centers aren't just felt in the county that, say, offer these local exemptions. And right now it's only 3 that have adopted them so far: Anne Arundel, Howard, and Prince George's. But again, the effects of the data centers that they attract or don't attract with those particular local incentives are felt across Maryland.
2 points. You will harm the state's business climate egregiously if you allow your electricity rates to spike because data centers are driving them up and they're not paying their fair share. And second, regarding the county powers for tax rates and tax abatements, you don't want companies beggaring counties against each other. And look in Virginia, Loudoun County gets about a third of its property tax revenue from data centers, about $1 billion. It's not an issue for those companies. They're there for business basics reasons.
My question, excuse me, my question has to do with the authority. In the bill, it seems like you're repealing the authority of local agencies or local counties. That's my question.
No, and I'm speaking to the...
So Delegate Patterson, we enacted that authority in 2020 when we also enacted the state sales tax exemption. So this hasn't been a very long-standing authority. This was just dating back to a few years ago. And again, only 3 counties have adopted their own, taken advantage of that enabling authority to date.
And because school districts are component units of county governments in Maryland, they will be the biggest losers if you will continue to allow property tax abatements or rate discounts for data centers, despite their low job creation.
The question has not been answered. I will discuss this offline. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just really quickly, kind of on Delegate Patterson's point, what about, like, would this void any of the contracts or any of the agreements that have already been put in place then, especially as they're going through the local permitting process?
Yes, the bill as introduced and before the committee does not have any grandfathering. Of course, every bill, even though I'm a member of this committee, every bill is in the hands of the committee in terms of directions to go.
Okay. And I would just, on the energy has been obviously a big concern, but I would say it's also a lot of the data centers that are down in Virginia that are driving this because we are part of the PJM network. So like you can't just talk in isolation of that about the data centers in Maryland just driving up the cost. So that is a bigger, broader discussion. So that's just, isn't that so?
It sure is.
Okay. Seeing no other questions for this panel, thank you, Delegate, for the bill, and thank you all for your testimony. Now, we do have more witnesses signed up to speak than I believe we have people left in the room. So I'm going to just check. We have 2 other folks who signed up to testify favorable, Taylor McCollum and Mariah Davis.
They both had to go home.
Either, okay, they're both gone, all right. Then we will move on to unfavorable, Kelly Schultz, Dusty Rude, Hannah Allen, and I presume Andrew Zirkle is still not here, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. You are correct.
And we have Kevin Canale joining us virtually. So you can, whoever wants to begin can go ahead, 2 minutes each way.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Hannah Allen here today on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce in respectful opposition to House Bill 560. Maryland made, as the sponsor pointed out, a deliberate decision in 2020 to compete for data center investment by creating a targeted tax exemption. These projects are not short-term investments. They involve multi-year planning, site selection, permitting, and massive upfront capital investments. The exemption that this bill repeals is now only beginning to take effect for projects that were planned years ago. Repealing the incentive at this stage doesn't just impact one industry, it sends a broader signal to the business community, right? Who are considering potentially long-term investments in Maryland. And it says that the rules might change, before or even when projects are just starting to come online. This matters because Maryland is not competing in a vacuum. Other states are aggressively courting this same investment. If Maryland becomes known as a state that pulls incentives midstream, that uncertainty really becomes a competitive disadvantage to the state, which is something that we talk about a lot here, not just for data centers, but for future large-scale capital projects of any kind. Many other states, I think 36 and counting, do include, including some of Maryland's regional and neighboring states that we're in competition with, offer data center tax incentives. These incentives are widely used as economic development tools to attract large-scale capital-intensive projects. The bill isn't simply about whether the state should offer an incentive at all. It's about whether Maryland allows its economic development strategies enough time to succeed before reversing course. Maryland, I'll say, is still in the early stages of defining its long-term data center policy, and there are legitimate policy questions that the state and the General Assembly are working through that's actively happening this session and will happen for years to come. Repealing a targeted incentive first before those issues are resolved puts the cart before the horse and creates a lot of concern and uncertainty. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Great to spend the entire day with you all today. This is fabulous. I'm Kelly Schultz, and I am the CEO of the Maryland Tech Council still. And I just wanted to say that we are in opposition to House Bill 560. Back in 2020, I was the Commerce Secretary, and we did work with the legislature to be able to develop an economic development strategy in order to be able to attract an entire new industry sector to the state of Maryland that really didn't exist. And when I flew out to California and I talked with those industry sector members, they came back to us and said, we would be happy to consider Maryland with our trillions of dollars of investment that we're going to do nationwide if you guys work on this bill that you have in 2019. And we did work on that bill in 2019, and we came back in 2020. And the fact of the matter is that bill passed 45-0 in the Senate and 123-6 in the House. And to all due respect to the sponsor of this bill, she voted against it in 2020. So I'll just say that to the good delegate. But that is a long-term strategy. And since that period of time, none of those facilities have actually opened and actually created any additional revenue for the state other than billions with a B, dollars of investment in infrastructure in the local communities in which they are. But none of them are currently themselves making any revenue because they are all investing billions of dollars in the communities where they are. And just a fun fact, and we can talk about energy, we can talk about jobs, we can talk all about that, but this today is about revenue. $54 million went to the county of Frederick in 1 year in 2025, just on recordation taxes alone from the property that was purchased. $12 million of that went to ag preservation to our farmers in Frederick County. When ag preservation and the Department of Agriculture couldn't afford it last year, we got it in Frederick County. Lots to be discussed here. I would respectfully oppose the passage of this repeal.
Thank you, Kelly. Good afternoon. My name is Dusty Rood. I'm the co-chair of the Maryland Data Center Alliance Steering Committee. And as a day job, I'm the president and CEO of Rogers Consulting, a 70-year-old Maryland-based civil engineering and land use planning and design firm. Over the past century, as society has advanced, so too has the infrastructure that sustains it. From roads and canals to railroads and ports, we have now firmly entered the digital economy. And data centers are the critical infrastructure that enable it. Just as in the past, now and in the future, the communities that choose to plan, embrace, and accommodate responsible data center development will position themselves for decades of economic prosperity, vitality, and resilience in the digital future. Right here in Maryland, we're leading the way in showing that it is possible to realize the benefits of data centers without compromising the values and identity of our communities, like has happened elsewhere. For example, in Frederick, County Executive Fitzwater brought together a diverse array of stakeholders who studied the opportunities and challenges of data centers, developed recommendations, amended legislation, updated their comprehensive plan and zoning, and are advancing one of the most important economic development projects in Maryland's history at the old East Alcoa site. This transformational economic opportunity would not have been possible if just a few years ago the state hadn't created the sales and use tax exemption. Maryland needs the sales and use tax exemption to be competitive, period. Across the country, communities are rolling out the red carpet for data centers. They're fast-tracking approvals, often by right with no community engagement, permitting within a matter of weeks what it takes years in Maryland. And many of these communities outside of Maryland are upstream and upwind of Maryland, yet part of the same grid where electrons flow freely across state lines, from Pennsylvania through Maryland and to Virginia. While the issue of electricity and pricing is complex and the data center industry is willing to pay its share, there's no refuting the economic and fiscal benefit that data centers are just starting to bring Maryland. I had a couple of other points, but let me just kind of wrap it up by saying I ask for your unfavorable report on this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Canali, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kevin Canali here, respectfully in opposition to the bill. You have our written testimony. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties, sorry. You have our written testimony. I will say that I'm not here to talk about the efficacy of data centers, whether or not they're good or bad. The issue here for MACO is local flexibility and decision-making. This bill takes away an existing county option that the General Assembly only authorized a few years ago. So county governments have barely had time to evaluate how it works in practice and need flexibility to make local tax decisions based on local conditions, local costs, and priorities. We know that data centers can bring major local impacts tied to roads, public safety, infrastructure, and long-term service demands, and counties need the ability to weigh those local impacts when a project comes forward. They also need the ability to structure incentives around local expectations, including infrastructure contributions, service impacts, and long-term community needs. Counties across the state face different market conditions and different infrastructure realities. Some jurisdictions may decide that an incentive makes sense. Others may decide costs outweigh the benefits. But this bill eliminates that local decision-making entirely. So MACO opposes the bill because it narrows county discretion and forecloses upon a practical local option for managing a fast-growing industry, and respectfully would ask for an unfavorable report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee for this panel? Okay. Seeing none, thank you all for your testimony and for sticking with us. That concludes the hearing on House Bill 560 and concludes our bill hearings for this afternoon. Thank you.